Chapter 1788. At this point, Zhou Xianying could understand. After knowing that there was such a group of people secretly protecting her, Zhou Xianying carefully analyzed the previous things. It seemed that the primary task of this group of cultivators headed by the old granny was to protect Zhou Xianying's safety. Secondly, it was to prevent Zhou Xianying from suffering substantial grievances, such as being bullied or oppressed. If Zhou Xianying was attacked and destroyed after joining Chunying Palace, it would be a shame for Zhou Xianying. Therefore, these people immediately joined Chunying Palace in a high profile, so that the enemies of Chunying Palace would no longer dare to underestimate them. This logic was actually very simple. Zhou Xianying was a smart person. After knowing the whole story, she didn't ask any more. She just bowed to the old granny and another old man. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." "You're too kind." The two supreme masters hurriedly got up and returned the salute. They didn't have the bearing of a supreme master at all. It was clear that they were two loyal servants facing their master. Of course, this was not far from the truth. Speaking of which, the two supreme masters were the leaders of these people. The other supreme masters also directly listened to the two of them. Then, through these supreme masters, they directly or indirectly controlled the tens of thousands of people who had joined Chunying Palace. It could be said that the majority of the power of Chunying Palace was now in the hands of these two people. The old granny's name was Si Qianqiu, a very rare surname. The other male Xian Immortal Master was called Gu Zhishang. Both of them were told by their masters to protect Granny Tianqin when their cultivation reached the peak of Fairy Immortal. At that time, Granny Tianqin was just a newcomer in the spiritual realm at the second stage of human immortal. After introducing themselves, Si Qianqiu told Zhou Xianying the purpose of their visit this time. "Miss, we control 99% of the power of Chunying Palace, so we think that Miss should be the real palace master of Chunying Palace." Si Qianqiu might have been in the position of Supreme Xian Immortal for a long time. His words and actions had a strong sense of overall control. He directly pointed out the position of the palace master of Chunying Palace. In addition, Miss Si Qianqiu did not finish a sentence immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and raised his head to look at Zhou Xianying's expression. Seeing that Zhou Xianying's expression didn't change, he gritted his teeth and said, "In terms of appearance, Miss is the most beautiful. In terms of cultivation, Miss is also the highest. With Miss's status, how can you be placed below a few human immortal juniors? Miss is the most suitable person to be the first wife of the son-in-law's family." This was what Si Qianqiu and the others couldn't tolerate the most. Zhou Xianying actually married Yangqin, a playboy with 4 wives and 7 concubines. No matter how talented Yangqin was, no matter how high his alchemy potential was, it was still the young miss who had lowered herself to marry him. Not only was she not wholeheartedly devoted to him, she was even ranked 5th. How could Si Qianqiu and the others, who had always treated Zhou Xianying as their master, let this matter go? However, seeing that Zhou Xianying's face was glowing red, it was obvious that the couple was in love. Si Qianqiu and the others didn't say much at first, but now they finally revealed their intentions. In the hearts of Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, this was already the limit of what they could accept. They didn't ask Yangqin to divorce his other wives and concubines. Instead, they tolerated the young miss and those human immortal juniors working together with Yangqin. It could be said that they gave enough face to Yangqin and the other women. With Zhou Xianying's status and cultivation, it wasn't too much to ask for the position of the first wife of the family, right? What's the use of these empty titles? Listening to Si Qianqiu's words, Zhou Xianying directly shook her head. After living with Yangqin for so long, Gao Yu's position in Yangqin's heart became more and more clear. How could Zhou Xianying make Yangqin angry over this matter? Moreover, it was just a title. What was the point of fighting over it? Could it be that Yangqin was still the emperor of the human world? Did she really have to become a concubine who fought for the title of empress? Young miss is too kind. Si Qianqiu looked at Zhou Xianying lovingly, as though she was his own daughter. In reality, it was almost the same. From the time Zhou Xianying grew up from a little girl to the present she was now, Si Qianqiu had been secretly watching her grow up. In Si Qianqiu's heart, Zhou Xianying was the best, even though she was already infamous when she was still Granny Tianqin. This did not prevent Si Qianqiu from giving Zhou Xianying a very kind evaluation. Don't worry, young miss. Si Qianqiu knew that with Zhou Xianying's current status and position, it was impossible for her to say or do what they just said. Thus, he was not surprised by Zhou Xianying's reaction. Young miss just needs to wait. Leave everything else to us. Just when Zhou Xianying was about to stop them, she suddenly remembered the words that Yang Qin had reminded her not long ago. In the end, she did not say anything to stop them. After hesitating for a moment, she instructed them according to Yang Qin's instructions. Don't kill anyone. Yes, young miss. Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang were overjoyed. The two of them simultaneously bowed to Zhou Xianying and walked out in high spirits. Their vigor was like that of two generals who were about to go to war. After watching the two of them walk away, Zhou Xianying returned to the Dragon Palace and saw Yang Qin drinking with a man. No outsider had ever entered the Dragon Palace before. Zhou Xianying took a few steps forward and confirmed the identity of the person who was drinking with Yang Qin. It was Li Cheng, who had guided her to seek treatment from Yang Qin. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your guidance. Ever since Zhou Xianying became Soft Sound Fairy, she no longer felt inferior because of her ugly appearance. Her personality had also changed a lot. When she saw Li Cheng, she immediately bowed to thank him. No need to thank me. You two are fated. Li Cheng looked at Zhou Xianying with a smile and said, I once promised to help you refine the Heavenly Phoenix Zither as a greeting gift. It just so happens that I have time these few days. Bring it over so that I can start. Zhou Xianying didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Heavenly Phoenix Zither and the Dragon Bone String Pillar. She handed them over to Li Cheng. Yang Chen had told Zhou Xianying about this the second day after their marriage. Zhou Xianying was also very grateful to Li Cheng. Even though she didn't feel that Li Cheng could refine his natal magic treasure well with his human immortal realm cultivation, she still took it out. If it was in the past, this would be an impossible thing. It had to be said that after recovering her appearance and marrying Yang Qin, Zhou Xianying's personality had indeed changed a lot. Husband, Granny Si, and Mr. Gu came to find me and told me about what you said that day. After thanking Li Cheng, Zhou Xianying said to her husband, I have already told them according to husband's instructions. However, husband, if they go overboard, how are you going to deal with them? Chapter 1789. Speaking of which, it's a little offensive to these seniors. In the face of Zhou Xianying's question, Yang Chen replied with a smile. However, I think the simplest way is to let them thoroughly recognize who has a big fist. Yang Chen's words made Zhou Xianying's eyes widen in surprise. The group of forces that belonged to Zhou Xianying, led by Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, had more than a dozen supreme, mystic, immortal experts. Yang Qin actually wanted to let them know who had the bigger fist. However, being surprised was just being surprised. Zhou Xianying did not question Yang Chen's words on the spot. A smart woman knew when she should give her husband some face in front of outsiders. Now that Yang Chen's sworn brother Li Cheng was next to him, no matter how much Zhou Xianying objected, she would not let her husband lose face in front of his brother. Be careful. With just such a reminder, Zhou Xianying bid farewell to Yang Qin and Li Cheng with a ladylike etiquette and returned to her room without saying a word. How is it? The wife I found for you is not bad, right? Li Cheng looked at Zhou Xianying's pure, ladylike performance and said proudly to Yang Qin, This old man's eyes have never been wrong. No matter how good she is still my wife. Yang Chun retorted with a smile and immediately asked, "What's the result of walking around?" Li Qing actually just came back. He had just sat down, and the dishes made by Gong Sunling had not yet been served. Zhou Xianying came over to greet him, and he didn't have time to say a lot of things. It confirmed our guess, and also completely changed the route of those spirit veins. If the effect is good, it may be able to make the Zhao family's arrangement completely ineffective. Li Cheng drank a cup of jade dragon wine and continued, "However, if you want to do it, you have to go to the trial ground." Yang Qin had already expected this. Originally, he planned to wait for the girls to come back, and then everyone would go to the trial ground together. Even if Li Cheng didn't say it, Yang Chan would still go. "I did a small favor for a few sisters-in-law. At most half a year, they will all be back," Li Cheng said very casually, but it seemed that he was afraid of Yang Chen's dissatisfaction, so he explained, "It's not that I want to destroy their divine sense refinement, but those spirit veins are very important and must be dealt with properly. It can't be simply destroyed." Yang Chen asked the girls to unlock the seal, in addition to letting them have another Xian immortal master by their side. There was another purpose, which was to take this opportunity to refine their divine sense. Li Cheng's helped directly save the women more than 10 years of training. In any case, Li Cheng had to explain it clearly to Yang Chen. For this matter, how could Yang Chen have a problem with Li Cheng? However, Yang Chen was very strange. Since Li Cheng had to go to various places, why did he still bother to calculate in the Dragon Palace for a long time? Wasn't it redundant? Not at all, not at all. Li Cheng shook his head again and again. Yang Chen's question was not a question at all. Li Cheng had a lot of reasons to explain. If you didn't have 2 maps of the Dragon Palace, you wouldn't be able to accurately locate those locations. If that's the case, you have to wait for Ah Ling to come back and use the Mountain River geographical map to start. I'm afraid there will be some changes in the next 10 years. The array formation has been maintained for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. These 10 years might seem unremarkable, but I've discovered that the array formation has reached a critical moment. If we don't deal with it in advance, we might fall short of success. When Li Cheng talked about this formation, he had a serious expression. If we hadn't quickly dealt with a few spirit veins in the past few years, it might have been too late by the time we determined the attributes of those experts. What about this formation? Yang Qin also became serious. The Zhao family was plotting something big. Whether or not they could destroy such a big formation was a matter of great importance. Now it seems that half of it has been destroyed, and the remaining half still needs to go to the trial ground. Li Cheng replied, "If I'm not wrong, the complete formation should break out in about 700 or 800 years, and now they don't have this chance. The biggest possibility is that they triggered the formation in advance. Without the foundation, the effect is more than 10 times worse." When Li Cheng said that it would break out in 700 or 800 years, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. Didn't the demonic tribulation of the spiritual realm happen to break out at that time in his memory? Could it be that the demonic tribulation of the spiritual realm was triggered by the Zhao family's formation? Then what is their goal? What was in it for them? This was just Li Cheng's guess, but Yang Chen already believed most of it. Now, what Yang Chen wanted to know the most was if there was no demonic tribulation of the spiritual realm, would the spiritual realm still be the original spiritual realm? Big brother, you came back at the right time. Some people on Ah Ying's side are a bit arrogant. We can join forces to teach them a lesson. The demonic tribulation of the spiritual realm was a matter for the future, but now that Li Cheng had returned, it was indeed the most interesting time. Yang Qin believed that Li Cheng would be very interested. "Yes, I'll refine magic treasures for your wife, and teach those disobedient fellows a lesson for you. All the benefits are yours. I won't leave anything behind." Li Cheng was a bit depressed, and he fiercely drank a large cup of wine. "No, in the future, your Ah Ling and those young imperial chefs have to make more delicious food for me. I'll enjoy it to the fullest." The two brothers drank to their heart's content, and Li Cheng didn't waste any time, immediately starting to refine the heavenly phoenix zither. Meanwhile, Yang Chen seemed to be doing nothing, waiting for Si Qianqiu and the others to start. Perhaps it was because Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, and the others were coming back in half a year, and Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang wanted to take down all of Yang Chen's wives and concubines in one go. During this time, the outer sect disciples behaved themselves, and no one did anything out of line. They obediently built the Chunying Palace and completed the huge sect. From the outside, it looked like the Chunying Palace was thriving. Yang Chen, who vaguely guessed the reason, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Tao Junqi, and Shi Wushuang. It would be fine if they didn't come back, but with 4 supreme mystic immortal experts, Si Qianqiu and the others didn't have much chance of winning. He wondered if they would regret it if they knew the result. Li Cheng's hands and feet were very fast, and the heavenly phoenix zither was reforged in just 4 months. In fact, Li Cheng didn't carry out a thorough refining, but simply upgraded the heavenly phoenix zither with the help of Gao Yu's refining tools. The heavenly phoenix zither was Zhou Xianying's natal magic treasure, and the specific refining work was done by Zhou Xianying herself. As Li Cheng expected, after half a year, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, and the others returned to Chunying Palace, one after another. It seemed that it was time for Si Qianqiu and the others to take action. Chapter 1790. What the master of the palace had been worried about finally happened. The outer disciples, led by Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, who joined the Chunying Palace in the late stage, actually asked the master of the palace to abdicate and replace him with someone else to take charge of the Chunying Palace. Fortunately, these guys were not stupid, but mostly considered for Zhou Xianying, so the palace master they intended to push out was the current young palace master, Yang Chen. In their eyes, Zhou Xianying was obviously not suitable to be the master of the palace at once, so it sounded good to be the wife of the palace master. Therefore, it was reasonable to push Yang Chen to the position of the palace master. Hearing this request, the palace master and the elders almost wanted to cooperate with Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang. If it weren't for Yang Chen's determination not to be the palace master, he would have been the palace master long ago. If these people wanted to push out someone else, no one at the core level would agree. But to push out Yang Chen, everyone was happy to see it. In the eyes of Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, the performance of the core high-level members gave them a very sensible feeling. Seeing that the palace master was so sensible, Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang didn't want to embarrass them anymore. However, Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang didn't want to embarrass them, but the palace master took the initiative to propose that he wanted to see the strength of the supreme masters. In Si Qianqiu's heart, perhaps this was the palace master who wanted to give himself and the core high-level members a dignified way out. By the way, he really wanted to see the realm of the masters and set a direction for his future cultivation. This was easy to handle. Satisfied, Si Qianqiu would not directly make a move. Whether it was the palace master or the several core high-level members, the strongest was only the 5th or 6th grade of the human immortal. Letting her, a 5th grade Xian immortal master, go out was a bit of a fuss. Anyway, she could still control more than a dozen masters. So she sent one at random and let him accompany the palace master to the secret place of the sect to open their eyes. The real trouble was Yang Chen. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all there. In order to ensure that Zhou Xianying could completely suppress everyone else, Si Qianqiu attached great importance to each of them. Other than the Morong sisters, who had been assisting Li Cheng recently, everyone else was assigned a grand supreme mystic immortal expert. Except for Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all from the super sect. The reason why Si Qianqiu placed so much importance on this matter was to leave a deep impression on the girls. He wanted them to understand that the sect behind them would not be able to help them in this matter. She wanted to make Yang Chen's other wives and concubines obediently accept her arrangement with a huge gap in strength that could not be made up for. Of course, Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang would not let Li Cheng and the Morong sisters go. Although Li Cheng could be considered the matchmaker between Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying, and Zhou Xianying was indebted to him for restoring her appearance, the coercion he used at that time had put Zhou Xianying in a difficult position. Even though he was thankful, he couldn't let the young mistress off easily since he had caused her to suffer so much. The Murong sisters should receive the same treatment as Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, each of them having a grand supreme mystic immortal expert to deal with them. Gu Zhishang even personally came to teach Li Cheng a lesson. At most, he would give Li Cheng some benefits after the matter. After all, he had to let everyone know that the young mistress must not suffer any grievances. As for Yang Chen himself, Si Qianqiu personally went to deal with him. Everyone in Chunyang Palace knew that Yang Chen valued Gao Yu. It was impossible for Si Qianqiu not to understand. But the more it was like this, the more cautious Si Qianqiu had to be. She personally went to deal with Yang Chen so that her purpose could be achieved smoothly without Yang Chen being too stimulated, so as not to ruin the relationship between the young mistress and the young master. Zhou Xianying had already told Gao Yu about these things. Zhou Xianying did know that the girls were going to unseal the masters for the time being, so to Zhou Xianying's surprise, Gao Yu and the others were all eager to try. Zhou Xianying really couldn't understand why they weren't worried about this at all. Were they planning to follow Si Qianqiu's wishes? In the end, Si Qianqiu was still Zhou Xianying's person, even though Zhou Xianying didn't have any impression of them before the wedding. Si Qianqiu and the others addressed Zhou Xianying as young mistress and were extremely respectful to her. Zhou Xianying couldn't even get away if she wanted to, being sandwiched between the girls and Si Qianqiu. Zhou Xianying was very uncomfortable. If it weren't for Yang Chen, who had been comforting her not to worry, and that Gao Yu and the others didn't have any grudges about it, Zhou Xianying would have been ashamed. There was no other way. After Li Cheng initially refined and played with the heavenly phoenix zither, Zhou Xianying announced a short retreat to refine her own natal magic weapon. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Xianying's retreat did not last long. She was worried about things in her heart, especially worried that Si Qianqiu would embarrass Yang Chen, so she was restless. How could she calmly retreat? During the few days after the incident, she was even more restless. She was afraid that Si Qianqiu and the rest had gone too far, and she wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. Only when she saw Yang Chen walking into her room with a smile, as though nothing had happened, did Zhou Xianying let out a sigh of relief. She then asked Yang Chen about the outcome, and it was considered successful. However, you should go and see Granny Si, and the rest first. Yang Chen didn't answer Zhou Xianying directly. Instead, he gave Zhou Xianying a big bottle of 5 Revolution Lingji mushroom dew pills and a bottle of 5 Revolution appearance pill. I believe they will be very happy when they receive these appearance pills. Zhou Xianying didn't suspect anything and went straight to Si Qianqiu's residence. What made her bewildered was that Si Qianqiu actually avoided her. Not knowing what had happened, Zhou Xianying turned to Gu Zhishang's side and was also given a cold shoulder. This piqued Zhou Xianying's curiosity. She decided to visit all the supreme experts in her faction. However, the result was out of Zhou Xianying's expectations. All the supreme experts avoided her, leaving Zhou Xianying at a complete loss. Gao Yu and the others seemed to be fine. The palace master and the elders were doing what they should do, as if Si Qianqiu had never looked for them. What happened in the end? Zhou Xianying's curiosity had been picked to the highest. Yang Chen didn't say it, Gao Yu and the others didn't say it, and the palace master didn't say it either. Zhou Xianying could only ask Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang. After losing their temper, Si Qianqiu and the others no longer dared to refuse Zhou Xianying's request to meet. They gathered together and received the people sent by Zhou Xianying. After seeing Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, Zhou Xianying was shocked. She finally understood why these people always avoided her. The originally insufferably arrogant, supreme, profound immortal masters, thought that they were the pillars of the pure Yang palace and could do whatever they wanted. Now all of them were bruised and swollen, with injuries on their bodies. None of them were intact. When they saw Zhou Xianying, they all lowered their heads guiltily. Chapter 1791. Zhou Xianying knew what Si Qianqiu and the rest were going to do, and she also knew what arrangements they had made. Basically, these supreme mystic immortal experts had to deal with one human immortal junior each. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. However, what was going on in front of them? These people were considered Zhou Xianying seniors. Even if they weren't close relatives, they should be her seniors in terms of seniority. How could a supreme mystic immortal not be able to deal with a human immortal junior? One had to know that the strongest of their opponents was Tao Junkie, who was merely at the 8th stage of the human immortal realm, close to the 9th stage. Granny C, Mr. Gu, what exactly happened? Zhou Xianying didn't have time to be shocked and asked hurriedly. Only after asking did she feel that something was wrong, so she asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "I have healing pills refined by husband." Si Qianqiu, Gu Zhishang, and the rest looked at Zhou Xianying with a face full of guilt. They had boasted in front of their young miss, yet they ended up like this. This made them speechless. It's a long story. Si Qianqiu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Si Qianqiu didn't even have the face to say what happened when he faced Yang Qin. It was truly too embarrassing. A dignified 5th stage, supreme profound immortal expert had been injured to such an extent by a human immortal junior. How could he say that? Looking at Zhou Xianying's caring gaze, Si Qianqiu felt ashamed. Now that he thought about Yang Chen's attack, Si Qianqiu felt slightly terrified. Even when Yang Chen explained afterwards that he also had a supreme mystic immortal helping him, Si Qianqiu couldn't get over it. She actually didn't discover where the mystic immortal expert was from the start to the end. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? After explaining the purpose of their visit, Si Qianqiu was planning to teach Yang Chen a lesson, but unexpectedly, Yang Chen made the first move. He didn't know where Yang Chen found an incomparably heavy whip, but with just one whip, Si Qianqiu almost fell apart. And this was because Yang Chen had shown mercy and didn't kill him. No matter what magic treasures Si Qianqiu used, Yang Chen's whip would receive them all. After lashing Si Qianqiu tens of times, Yang Chen placed the immortal cleaving blade's blade on Si Qianqiu's neck. At that moment, Si Qianqiu still had a lingering fear when he felt the coldness from the immortal slaying saber's blade. Si Qianqiu did not doubt that if Yang Chen wanted to kill her, he would not have given her so many opportunities to use her magic treasures. In fact, when Si Qianqiu admitted defeat, he had asked the same question. Yang Chen had only tossed the black bracelet on his wrist to Si Qianqiu. With Si Qianqiu's cultivation at the 5th stage of the Xian immortal stage, he had to use all of his cultivation to barely catch the bracelet and prevent it from falling to the ground. The terrifying weight caused Si Qianqiu to be unable to believe that Yang Chen didn't seem to be struggling at all. Was Yang Chen really a human immortal level cultivator? No matter how carefully Si Qianqiu observed, he couldn't deny this. However, who had seen a human immortal cultivator who could toss a 5th stage of the Xian immortal stage to the point of almost losing his life? Under this result, how could Si Qianqiu say those words that she wanted to force Yang Chen? The world of cultivators was the same. Si Qianqiu could only dejectedly cover her bruised and swollen old face and return to her residence. She originally thought that her side was defeated by Yang Chen and the others might be a little better. However, when she saw that Gu Zhishang and the others were even more miserable than her, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked. The master who gave lessons to the head of the palace and the elders met Old Bug. Old Bug, who had swallowed Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire, directly wrapped the other party into a big cocoon, devouring magic treasures, spiritual power, and spiritual awareness. The Xian Immortal Master lost almost half of his life and was carried back by several elders. The masters who were preparing to use force to persuade Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Tao Junqi, and Shi Wushuang, encountered a combination of a human Immortal Junior and a Supreme Xian Immortal Master. Originally, the Xian Immortal Master was already difficult to deal with and even fell into a disadvantage. But the human Immortal Junior was unexpectedly fierce. Gao Yu's water and fire dual flying sword, coupled with the 100 Spirits battle armor, was both offensive and defensive. The Emperor's aura exuded from her body, made the opponent unable to fully exert his strength, and was crazily suppressed by the butterfly demon. Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map directly and easily brought the two masters who were fighting to the illusory world. In addition to the rhinoceros demon, who could not be beaten by the Xian Immortal level, at least thousands of human Immortal level cultivators were watching and eager to try, making people almost crazy. Shi Shanshan's opponent was the most unlucky. A huge old turtle could block almost all the attacks, and the spirit power was long to the point of no return. Shi Shanshan, next to him, directly solved the problem with a supreme pure yang, sword qi. If it wasn't for Yang Qin saying to be merciful, I am afraid that his life would not be saved on the spot. Sun Qingxue got a small spider on this unsealing trip, which was very inconspicuous on Sun Qingxue's blood-sucking demon vine. But as soon as the attack was launched, the overwhelming spider web tightly entangled the opponent, and the black poison was so thick that it almost corroded everything. In the end, the opponent was only lucky to break a few bones and was able to escape. Tao Junqi's scene was the most spectacular. A huge whale that was who knows how many times bigger than Jing, who swallowed the opponent in one gulp. Together with Tao Junqi's purine fire, it was simply impossible to defend against. In the end, the opponent left with a body charred black. His miserable appearance even made people wonder if he had been burnt. Shi Wushuang's movements were relatively quiet, but a huge white tiger roared and attacked the opponent's divine sense repeatedly. The opponent paid the price of a heavy divine sense injury to be able to return to Si Qianqiu. In terms of combat power, the Morong sisters should be the weakest. They did not have a supreme mystic immortal to protect them, and with their human immortal level strength and the 5 elements formation, even with the 5 elements hook natal magic treasure that Yang Qin gave them, they could not compete with a supreme mystic immortal. Moreover, Si Qianqiu's arrangement was that each of them had a supreme mystic immortal, so the Morong sisters were not a match for 5 supreme mystic immortals. If this went smoothly, it would be fine, but the problem was that the Morong sisters had recently been helping Li Cheng. When the miserable Gu Zhishang led the 5 supreme mystic immortals to face Li Cheng and the Morong sisters, it was inevitable that a sad and helpless scene was played out again. The 6 supreme mystic immortals were beaten up by Li Cheng alone, and in the end the Morong sisters could not stand it anymore, so they used the 5 elements hook to pull them out of the battle circle and persuaded brother Li Cheng to stop. Chapter 1792. At the thought of these things, the participating supreme experts were full of blood and tears. After all, there was no place for him to reason with. For a dignified, grand, supreme, profound, immortal expert to deal with a human immortal junior, this was already bullying the weak to the extreme. If he failed and went to find someone to judge the situation, didn't he feel that he had lost enough face? If it was an ordinary injury, with the strength of the supreme experts and the necessary medicinal pills, it would definitely be healed very quickly. Unfortunately, except for Si Qianqiu, who was given some face by Yang Qin, the others all carried serious injuries that could not be removed in a short time. When Zhou Xianying saw everyone, it was basically the most embarrassing moment for them. In the face of the young lady they were loyal to, they could not do what they boasted about. These supreme experts could not help but lower their once proud heads. Now these supreme experts found that they were not indispensable in Chunying Palace, let alone the so-called pillars. They joined tens of thousands of people with great fanfare, only to strengthen the momentum of Chunyang Palace. The internal strength of the other party had long been equal to, or even surpassed them. Otherwise, the few of them wouldn't be covered in injuries. No wonder none of those who attacked Chunyang Palace came out alive, and there was even a supreme mystic immortal expert among them. Many cultivators outside thought that Chunyang Palace was lucky, but at that time, the great elder and a supreme elder of Yin Yang Demon School rushed to Chunyang Palace. After this time, Si Qianqiu and the others would not think so. Yin Yang Demon School came from the demonic sect. How could they suddenly be so righteous? At such a moment, they actually did not take advantage of the situation, making outsiders think that the relationship between Yin Yang Demon School and Chunyang Palace was very good and harmonious. Now, Si Qianqiu and the others understood that this was absolutely nonsense. Without the strength to back them up, it would be a joke if the people of Yin Yang Demon School did not take the opportunity to swallow the whole Chunyang Palace. If it weren't for Chunyang Palace's strength that made them fearful, would the great elder and great elder of Yin Yang Demon School be so cooperative? If it were Si Qianqiu and the others, they would not have been so easily dismissed, right? Zhou Xianying finally understood why Yangqin was so calm and unafraid of Mr. Si Pagu's schemes. It turned out that there was such a hidden force. Zhou Xianying didn't look too good when Granny Si and the rest returned in defeat, but she let out a huge sigh of relief in her heart. At least after this, Granny Si and the rest would be able to recognize the situation and wouldn't do anything inappropriate again. Chunyang Palace would also take this chance to subdue Granny Si and the rest. I know all of you want the best for me. I'm living a very blissful life now. Actually, Granny Si, you guys don't have to fight for these things for me at all. Zhou Xianying comforted the predecessors, and at the same time, she did not forget to take out the medicinal pills given by Yangqin. Everyone who was injured took one. My husband is very good to me, and several sisters are also very harmonious. Why do you have to destroy my hard-won happiness? Zhou Xianying said it very casually, but in the ears of Si Qianqiu and the rest, it was no less than a clap of thunder. In particular, the phrase hard-won happiness moved them even more. These people were all protecting Zhou Xianying in the dark. When she was Granny Tianqin, Zhou Xianying could be said to have suffered a lot of supercilious looks. Sometimes they could empathize with that kind of grievance. If it wasn't for Li Chen guiding her to find Yangqin, she would probably still be a lonely old woman. How could she be like this, a fairy brimming with happiness? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of happiness didn't come easily. It was us who acted on our own and implicated young Miss. Si Qianqiu finally realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized to Zhou Xianying. The others didn't dare to delay and followed suit. It's fine. Husband and the sisters are all magnanimous people, so no one cares about this. Zhou Xianying smiled and said, as a matter of fact, husband has also prepared a 5th transformation appearance pill for everyone. In the future, I can't call you Granny Si anymore. I can only call you Sister Si. After slapping someone, she gave a carrot. This was the most basic method of governing, and Zhou Xianying also used it to perfection. Just these few sentences made everyone feel guilty for the trouble that their young miss had caused. They also felt grateful that their young miss had magnanimously forgiven them. They also understood from Zhou Xianying that she was very dissatisfied with her current life. She even bought good things for her husband without batting an eyelid. Then, she called Sister Si and completely turned Si Qianqiu into her most resolute supporter. After everyone experienced this time, they were also completely convinced by Chunyang Palace. They began to slowly obey the instructions of Palace Master Zhang Jiao and truly integrated into Chunyang Palace bit by bit. After the real contact, those newly joined outer sect disciples discovered how terrifying the resources of the seemingly inconspicuous Pure Yang Palace were. Yangqin had a few spirit veins of heaven immortal level. Tens of thousands of disciples could use them to cultivate at will and didn't need to consider anything else. Compared with the bitter days of being a rogue cultivator before, it was simply incomparable. All kinds of techniques, materials, medicinal pills, and magical treasures. Chunyang Palace could almost be said to have everything, and this didn't include the Wambo Tower that was almost everywhere in the market. The resources needed for cultivation were almost all in the sect. As long as they did their best to work for the sect and get contribution to the sect, they could completely exchange for it. Just these two had already made tens of thousands of outer sect disciples feel much better than before. Coupled with the precious medicinal pills in the hands of Yang Qin and the perching spirit jade, which were good things that could only be encountered but not sought, becoming an inner sect disciple of Chunyang Palace had become the goal of these outer sect disciples. The cohesion of the sect was constantly rising. The supreme masters were convinced and honestly integrated into the sect. At this time, Chunyang Palace really entered the fast lane of development, and the strength of the sect was getting stronger day by day. In the past, they had to rely on the breath of the major sect. Now they only relied on their own strength, and few sect dared to bully them. Yang Chen's request to the major sect to give the disciples of Chunyang Palace the qualification to enter the trial site for the trial had also become a benefit for these new disciples. With this kind of opportunity to stand on the same starting line as the super sect, it was 10,000 times better than a rogue cultivator. This was considered to have stabilized the interior of the sect. At this time, Yang Chen could finally consider taking his wives and concubines to enter the trial site for the trial. Of course, the trial was one purpose. The other purpose was to find out the arrangement of the Zhao family in the trial site and completely destroy the Zhao family's painstaking efforts. However, for Yang Chen there was another goal. According to Li Cheng's guess, the trial site should be regarded as the eye of the formation. And the formation eye of the formation of this level was likely to be something even more amazing. Chapter 1793. Are you really worried about Granny C and Mr. Gu? On the way to the trial ground together, Zhou Xianying asked Yang Chen with some worry. The sudden appearance of Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang and the huge force they brought out not only worried the head of the palace, but also Zhou Xianying. Before they appeared, Zhou Xianying had always lived a life of struggle alone. Even Granny Tianqin's fierce reputation had been built up by her alone. She never thought that a person like her, who was almost like a jinx, would have a big force behind her that only served her alone. Although so far, Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang had always shown respect and obedience to Zhou Xianying still couldn't adapt. To put it seriously, she still didn't dare to fully believe them. This kind of worry couldn't be confided to others. She could only show a little bit to her husband, but she didn't say it directly. Instead, she asked Yang Chen, "What are you worried about?" Yang Chen asked with a smile, "Are you afraid that they will harm Chunyang Palace? Or harm you? What if it's against Chunyang Palace?" Zhou Xianying asked. She thanked Shi Shanshan, who had just poured her a cup of tea. "At least they don't dare yet." Yang Chen picked up the teacup handed over by Shi Shanshan and took a sip, feeling the lingering taste of the tea in his mouth, and said with a smile. Si Qianqiu and a dozen other supreme mystic immortal masters went out, but they all returned in defeat. At least with this show of strength, they could understand that the hidden power of Chunyang Palace was not something they could completely suppress. Under the premise of the huge benefits given by Chunyang Palace, they still had to consider for Zhou Xianying. It was not good for them to be unfavorable to Chunyang Palace. Of course, what really made Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang completely convinced was not only the powerful strength, but also another reason. It was very simple to say. Yang Chen just showed the merit ring on his finger when he, Si Qianqiu, and Gu Zhishang were alone. The merit ring was the symbol of the heavenly court. Having a merit ring meant that the wearer had an official position in the heavenly court. Although there were many people in the immortal realm, only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 people were qualified to serve in the heavenly court. The immortal world needed merit, and only the cultivators serving in the heavenly court would use merit rings to record it. The other cultivators would use other magic treasures. Thus, when Yang Chen's merit ring lit up, Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang's eyes were glued to it. The two of them were ordered by their master to secretly take care of Zhou Xianying, so they naturally knew more than others. It was not surprising that they could recognize the merit ring. The fact that a minor human immortal junior like Yang Chen could possess a merit ring truly shocked the two of them. After all, Yang Chen was in Chunying Palace. It could be said that he had no foundation in the spiritual realm, but he could have a merit ring at this time. What did this mean? As long as they thought about it, they could think of many horrifying truths. Why could Yang Chen become a 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world? Why was he able to obtain such a large territory as soon as he arrived in the spirit realm? Why was he able to obtain the protection of the various major sects? Why did he always have pill formulas that others had never had before? Why did he have so many supreme, expert bodyguards by his side? He could almost immediately get the answer from his merit ring. After realizing this, Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang secretly wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. At best, they got a hint from their master to protect Zhou Xianying, and when they reached the immortal world, they could find a place in the heavenly court. However, Yang Chen already had a merit ring, which they did not know how much stronger he was than them. They couldn't beat him in terms of strength, and they couldn't compare with him in terms of identity. How could they dare to have any other ideas? Anyway, Yang Chen was also Zhou Xianying's husband. Speaking of it, he could be regarded as the son-in-law that they had to be indirectly loyal to. It was not unacceptable to obey him. Moreover, Zhou Xianying's seal, as far as they knew, even a golden immortal might not be able to solve it. Yang Chen, a little human immortal, could easily solve it. This had explained many problems. Looking at the current situation, as long as they could manage and protect Chunying Palace, well, it would be a great credit. Didn't they see that Zhou Xianying had also joined Chunying Palace? With the protection of this obvious force, coupled with the influence of Yang Chen, Zhou Xianying's safety should be more guaranteed. Because of the stimulation of Yang Chen's merit ring, Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang were now almost desperate to help Chunying Palace to a higher level. Everyone knew the status of Yang Chen in Chunying Palace. This was a good job to manage the young lady and son-in-law. Whoever dared not to work hard would be the enemy of the two. Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang, who had recovered their youthful looks under Yang Chen's 5th cycle appearance pill, wanted to show their loyalty to Yang Chen before Yang Chen left. In this case, how could Yang Chen still worry that Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang would play tricks? As long as he and brother Li Cheng had always been in close contact, even if they overturned the sky, Yang Chen was not afraid. Of course, Yang Chen would not say much to Zhou Xianying, especially about the merit ring. Therefore, Yang Chen just smiled and said, "They are all your people. I don't trust others, but do I not trust you?" These words made Zhou Xianying feel very sweet in her heart. When she was with Granny Tianqin, Zhou Xianying had never heard anyone talk to her like this. This feeling was really not an ordinary kind of happiness. For this trip, half of the core elders of Chunying Palace, plus Ho Yin, old tree monster Shikuei, Xiesha, and others, then there was Fatty Jing and Yang Chen's family. The team was not big, but it was definitely not small. Everyone went straight to the entrance of the trial ground together. The new members of Chunying Palace were just outer disciples. They had not yet reached the point where they could enjoy the benefits of the official disciples of Chunying Palace. However, the level of Si Chenqiu and Gu Zhishang, as well as the fairy immortal masters, all knew the news of the trial ground. Almost all of their eyes were shining. The trial ground of each major sect was definitely a good place. Therefore, after knowing this, those people immediately began to urge their disciples or subordinates to do their best for Chunying Palace. The earlier they became an official disciple of Chunying Palace, the earlier they could enjoy the benefits of an official disciple. It should be known that Chunyang Palace was just the part that they knew. Even if there was no trial ground, the rest was also coveted. Such a good sect was just the right time to join when they needed to expand their strength the most. Only a fool would not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And those who could cultivate to this point were almost no fools. Chapter 1794. Allowing the disciples of Chunyang Palace to enter the trial ground was the consensus of all the major sect guarding the trial ground. Therefore, the disciple on duty here did not hesitate at all. After verifying everyone's identity, he let them enter the trial ground. As soon as they came out of the protective formation, everyone felt the difference here. The spiritual power in the air was at least 50% richer than outside, and it was even richer than the sect's mountain gate, which had a spiritual vein. This alone surprised everyone, including Yangchen. They knew that the trial ground was very good, but it was beyond everyone's expectations that the spiritual power could be so rich. This kind of spiritual power concentration among the people, only Yang Chen's family had felt stronger than this in the Dragon Palace, and other places have never had it. Even Fatty Jing's conch underwater mansion might not have as much spiritual power as here. How many fairy immortal spiritual veins would it take to support this? Fatty Jing just took a breath and began to sigh. Damn, when can we get all of them? How good would that be? He was a fairy immortal expert. Apart from the secret, grand, supreme Xian immortals around everyone, he was the only one with the highest cultivation and the oldest seniority here. However, when he said such hooligan words, everyone couldn't help but smile speechlessly. Under the watchful eyes of the major sect, only Fatty Jing, who had never been in contact with the outside world, would have such an idea. It's unlikely to get it, but after a while, you won't think so. Yangchen smiled and gave a sentence that everyone was puzzled. No one understood what Yangchen meant by this. Even Gao Yugong Sunling, who knew Yangchen the best, didn't understand, let alone others. However, everyone knew that Yangchen had always been far-sighted. He naturally had his reasons for saying this, so no one said much. As long as they did what Yangchen said, they would always get great benefits in the end. After so many years, everyone was used to it. Everyone basically understands the situation here. It should be time for us to part ways. Yangchen didn't explain and directly said to everyone, we are here to gain experience and to make ourselves stronger, so we must cherish this opportunity. During training, it was definitely not suitable for everyone to gather together. Although it was good for group cooperation, it was not very helpful for individual development. The purpose of the trial was to improve one's strength. No one would waste such a precious opportunity on teamwork. Separation was inevitable. According to the plan, not only would Yang Chen's family be separated from the members of the sect, but even Yang Chen's family would be separated. Everyone would have to act alone. Perhaps the only exception was the Morong sisters. They always worked together, and even Yang Chen was no exception. Remember, it's very dangerous here. Don't have any soft-hearted or hesitation. Otherwise, you will die. No one will shed tears for the failure of the experience. Remember, although Yang Chen had already said this to everyone before entering the trial, Yang Chen still didn't forget to say it again at this time. People like Gao Yugong Sunling, Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue, and Shikue, Xiasha, Hoyun, and the old tree demon who had participated in the Demon Continent's experience were okay. Others might not have that kind of experience of surviving under danger all the time. Yang Chen didn't want to lose anyone here, so it was necessary to remind them no matter how many times it was necessary. It must be known that even a genius like Shishanshan in his previous life was seriously injured in the trial because of carelessness, and it took hundreds of years to recover. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he had said these words, but he was still afraid that someone wouldn't pay enough attention to it, so he kept repeating it. Let's go. Fatty Jing took the lead to leave. His figure flashed, and he had disappeared in place. His voice still sounded here. I don't know how many times these words have been said. Even if you aren't tired of it, We are tired of listening." With Fatty Jing taking the lead, everyone chose a direction in twos and threes and left. In the end, only Yang Chen's family was left. The girls looked at Yang Chen, and after saying goodbye to Yang Chen, they left separately. Yang Chen wasn't worried about the girls at all, not to mention anything else. Almost everyone had a supreme mystic immortal bodyguard beside them, and their safety was not a problem. Even if Zhou Xianying and the Morong sisters didn't, Zhou Xianying was also a fairy immortal, and the heavenly phoenix zither that Li Cheng had refined. Her strength had definitely improved a lot. With the cooperation of the 5 Morong sisters, as long as they didn't make a collective mistake, there would be no problem with Yang Chen's healing elixir. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen became alone. Looking at the empty side, Yang Chen seemed to be a little unused to it all of a sudden. After all, anyone would feel the same when they were surrounded by beauties and suddenly became alone. For Yang Chen, the trial was actually not very meaningful. What Yang Chen valued was that he could enter the trial ground this time and discover the secret of the Zhao family's array formation. Therefore, he didn't directly look for a suitable place for him to train like the others. Instead, he went directly to the core position of the trial ground, which was also the area that was most likely to be the core of the Zhao family's array formation. However, after flying for less than a few hundred miles, Yang Chen changed his mind. He saw a very strange array formation on the way. The array formation didn't have any offensive or defensive properties. To be precise, this array formation only emitted a unique spiritual power fluctuation that could be felt by certain people. Coincidentally, Yang Chen was one of the people who could feel the fluctuations of the array formation. Moreover, he didn't directly sense it in the direction he was going. Instead, the power of the array ensured that he could feel it within a radius of thousands of miles. He was attracted to this place by this array. In addition to seeing the hidden formation, Yang Chen saw another sign pointing the way. At the moment, there was no hesitation. He directly followed the direction of the sign, turned a few turns in a row, and after rushing out for thousands of miles, he came to the edge of another hidden formation. Seeing this formation, Yang Chen's face showed a smile. The mysterious heaven sect's unique method of communication was still useful here. Without saying anything, Yang Chen followed the method he had agreed with Elder Li and directly entered the array. Then, Yang Chen's figure disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there. After a flash, Yang Chen saw the scene inside the array. What surprised Yang Chen was that he originally thought he would only see Elder Li. He didn't expect there to be 3 people in front of him. In addition to Elder Li, Sect Master Wang of the Mysterious Heaven Sect and Hall Master Lu of the Law Enforcement Hall were also there. Chapter 1795. Grandmaster, Sect Master, Hall Master. Yang Chen bowed to the 3 core higher-ups of the Black Heaven Sect. The other party appeared here without asking. It must be related to the recent skyrocketing strength of the Pure Yang Palace. As expected, the first thing Elder Li asked when he came up was this matter. Why did Chunyang Palace suddenly increase by so many experts recently? I heard that there are even Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals? Elder Li and Yang Chen's relationship was not ordinary. When he asked, he had no scruples and was straightforward. There seemed to be a little nervousness in his voice. That's because of my newlywed wife, Very Soft Sound. Yang Chen answered honestly. Aang doesn't know herself, but those people said that they were ordered to protect her. Fairy Soft Sound's name had now replaced Granny Tianqin's. But Yang Chen believed that although the Black Heaven Sect did not directly ask Yang Chen, they must have done a lot of research behind the scenes. Such a big matter, especially when it involved Chunyang Palace, the future core of cultivation, the Black Heaven Sect would not ignore it. Do you know what kind of background Fairy Soft Sound has? Elder Li was now the main interrogator. He asked all the questions while Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Lu listened. I'm not very clear about the specific background, but I'm sure that it must be related to the heavenly court above. Yang Chen lied this time. Of course, it was not a complete lie. He was just holding back. As he spoke, Yang Chen also had a curious expression on his face. Ying's surname is Zhou. Is there any important person with the surname Zhou in the heavenly court? It was extremely difficult to directly send a message from the immortal realm to the mortal realm across 2 realms. Therefore, even if a consciousness clone could send a message, it would only be 1 or 2 key messages. However, the spiritual realm and the immortal realm were only separated by 1 realm. Relatively speaking, they could obtain more information. Especially a big sect like the Black Heaven sect, they must know a lot of things above. After being reminded by Yang Chen's question, the 3 also began to recall which important person with the surname Zhou in their memories. However, for the time being, they did not have too many clues. After all, it was a matter of the upper realm. Even if the lower realm knew a little about it, it would be extremely limited. In fact, they had already guessed this possibility, and they had talked about this when they met beforehand. What Yang Chen said was just something that they had discussed without any results, so it was nothing new. The reason why they were so cooperative was because they cared about Yang Chen's identity. With the current situation, is Chunyang Palace still under your control? After asking a few questions that could be guessed, Elderly finally got to the point. Whether Yang Chen could control Chunying Palace or not was the key to the revival of Xiantian's sect in the future. This question naturally had to be asked clearly. I am Ying's husband now. They all listened to Ying. Yang Chen didn't answer directly, but used Zhou Xianying's name as an excuse. In other words, those experts listened to Zhou Xianying, and Zhou Xianying listened to him. Fairy Soft Sound was originally an old woman without any salt. It was said that someone from above placed a seal on her. Were you the one who broke it? Elder Li continued to ask, as if he wouldn't stop until he got to the bottom of this. It's like this. Yang Chen nodded and admitted, it was a very strong seal. I spent a lot of effort to barely break it. The reason why he said this was because it wasn't easy to hide Zhou Xianying's seal. When Zhou Xianying was with Granny Tianqin, she didn't just ask Yang Chen to try. Some other experts also tried, but no one could find out that it was a seal. If Xiantian sect wanted to inquire about these things, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape their eyes and ears. There was no point in hiding it. Before, Granny Tianqin looked for an alchemist from Xiantian sect and 2 experts from Pale Cauldron sect, but they couldn't see that it was a seal. Hall Master Lu, who was next to him, took over the conversation and asked with a pleasant expression, They are all Heaven Immortal experts. Even Heaven Immortals couldn't see through it. Yang Chen, how did you see through it? Yang Chen's heart sank, but he didn't show any surprise on his face as he calmly explained, I usually like to read some miscellaneous books, so I know a bit more. With Hall Master Lu's question, how could Yang Chen not know that Hall Master Lu was already suspicious of Yang Chen? However, he didn't know what Hall Master Lu and the others were suspecting, so Yang Chen couldn't decide how to deal with it. Should he directly kill the 3 of them? Although the 3 of them were all Heaven Immortal experts, Yang Chen believed that with the help of the Earth Dragon and himself, it shouldn't be a problem. However, once he made a move, the previous arrangements would be destroyed. Chunyang Palace would directly stand on the opposite side of Xiantian sect and suffer a naked attack. Even though Chunyang Palace's strength had greatly increased, this was not a situation that Yang Chen wanted to see. In the spiritual world of the mortal world, what other miscellaneous books can record the matters of the heavenly court? Hall Master Lu still had the same smile on his face, but Yang Chen no longer looked amiable. Instead, there was a hidden dagger in his smile. This kind of seal is definitely something that can only be performed by a golden immortal or even a zenith heaven golden immortal. Could it be that there are other miscellaneous books that can record the cultivation methods of the immortal world? This was a huge flaw. If Yang Chen couldn't explain it clearly, everything in the past would come to nothing, and he would have no choice but to make a move. This disciple doesn't understand what Hall Master Lu means. Yang Qin didn't answer, but asked with a puzzled expression. According to our investigation, the mountain gate of the Taishaman in the mortal world was bombed once. Later, we found out that the reason was that there was a problem with the welcoming array of the sect, causing the mountain gate to be blown up. Hall Master Lu said with a smile, however, we have asked the disciples who ascended during that time. The sect did not get any news from above. It is likely that someone has intercepted the news and knew something about the sect and the immortal world in advance. While Hall Master Lu was talking, Yang Qin didn't move at all. He stood quietly in the same place, weighing in his heart. Sect Master Wang and Elder Li stared at Yang Chen without blinking, as if they wanted to find some flaws in him. The mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world was also destroyed once, and then the mountain gate of the Taishaman was inexplicably destroyed. Even the news that was to be passed down could not be passed down. Hall Master Lu's eyes flashed, and suddenly there was a layer of pressure. He went straight to Yang Qin and asked, later, when we investigated the Chunyang Palace, a group of elders of the Taishaman inexplicably lost their natal magic weapons. How do you explain this? Those things were arranged by Master Li to be sent to the Chunyang Palace. When Yang Chen heard this, he already had a plan in his heart. He quickly replied, at that time, this disciple had already entered the sect of Master Li. However, the news we got from Yang Lan's mouth is not like this. Hall Master Lu's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yang Qin and asked slowly. Chapter 1796. Yang Lan was now worse than dead, but he couldn't die yet. The disciples of the law enforcement hall of the Xiantian sect were asking Yang Lan about something almost all the time. When Yang Lan had collapsed, they could get a lot of news that they couldn't get on normal days. For example, Yang Lan said that he was ordered to instigate Yang Qin after the destruction of the Taishaman, not before. However, Yang Qin just said that at that time he had already become a disciple of Sect Master Li and became a disciple of the Taishaman. Obviously, this was contradictory, and the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect had to be more careful. In this situation, it was impossible for Yang Lan to lie even if he wanted to. Was Yang Qin lying? Yang Qin now understood why Elder Li's face was nervous at the beginning. His relationship with Elder Li was very special, so Elder Li was the most worried about him and the person who didn't want anything to happen to Yang Qin. After confirming that the three higher-ups of the Xiantian sect had doubts about Yang Qin because of this, Yang Chen's heart immediately settled down. This problem was too easy to solve. In fact, the time when this disciple joined the Taishaman was much earlier than Yang Lan imagined. Yang Qin replied with a smile, not showing any nervousness at all. Even before the destruction of the Chunyang Palace, I had already become a disciple of Master Li. Why? Hall Master Lu immediately asked, pressing him step by step. Because there is a future in joining the Taishaman. Yang Qin replied without hesitation. The Taishaman is not only the largest sect in the mortal world, but the Xiantian sect in the immortal world is in charge of the heavenly court. It's not that this disciple is presumptuous, but how would the elders choose? How do you know that the Xiantian sect is in charge of the heavenly court? Sect Master Wang's eyes lit up, and Hall Master Lu's breathing also began to quicken. Did the envoy from the immortal world tell you? This disciple is not very clear about the envoy, but this disciple has other sources of information. Yang Qin directly denied it and snickered in his heart. It was ridiculous to want to overthrow him with a time difference. You mean you knew that the Xiantian sect was in charge of the heavenly court earlier than Sect Master Li of the Taishaman? Hall Master Lu's voice trembled a little. It was impossible to see that he was a fairy immortal master. It was not surprising to think about it. Even a big sect like the Greatest Heavens sect couldn't get the news. Yang Qin, a small disciple of the younger generation, knew it earlier, which was simply too shocking. Although Hall Master Lu didn't pursue the matter, whether it was Sect Leader Wang or Elder Li's faces, they already had the intention to ask. All that was left was for Hall Master Lu to say the words. Yang Qin didn't say much, just raised his left hand. Yang Tt, Yang Chen S was yin. Yang say anything. Chen's then sect disciples, Lan Yang Lan. Lan just raised Yang. However, Yang Qin just raised his hand and didn't move. This filled the three people with doubts. What was Yang Qin trying to do? After hanging the appetite of the three people, Yang Qin controlled it and revealed the merit ring. This was the second time that Yang Qin had shown the merit ring in recent times, and it was also the fourth time that the merit ring had appeared. The first time was for Wu Xiong, the second time was for big brother Li Cheng, the third time was for Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang, and this was the fourth time. The moment the merit ring appeared, the expressions of the three upper echelons of the Xiantian sect changed. As the core members of the Xiantian sect, they must know some things that others didn't. The merit ring was one of them. How do you have the merit ring? Elderly cried out. He didn't look like a fairy immortal master at all. Although Sect Master Wang and Division Master Lu didn't say anything, it was obvious that they were about to hand it over. They were just a step slower than Elderly. This is disciples, Yang Chen replied calmly. Disciple already had this merit ring when I was in the mortal world. How is this possible in the mortal world? Sect Master Wang finally broke his silence and cried out in surprise. The three of them fell into a state of hysteria. It was as if they had seen the Jade Emperor being beheaded. Wait, before you started cultivating, you were an executioner? Elder Li and Yang Qin had a close relationship, so he thought about it the most. While he was shocked, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he shouted out the most crucial words. The moment the words executioner came out, Sect Master Wang and Division Master Lu's heads felt like someone had smashed open a large hole and poured a large amount of things in. Many things immediately became clear. There was only one way to have a merit ring in the mortal world, and that was the immortal beheading stage. Yang Qin himself was an executioner, and he also had a merit ring. It was almost 100% certain that he was the executioner of the immortal beheading stage. If it was an ordinary cultivator from the spiritual world, they wouldn't be able to figure this out at all. Not to mention not knowing what a merit ring was. Even if they knew, they wouldn't understand the effect of the immortal beheading stage. Si Qianqiu and Gu Zhishang were like this. Only the three masters in front of them, the three core members of the mysterious heaven sect, knew a little bit of the secret. And this was a secret among secrets. They didn't dare to let anyone know about it. Why did Yang Qin know that the mysterious heaven sect was in charge of the heavenly court? Why did he know many top-secret pill recipes? Why could he become a fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world? And why could he unlock the seal of a great, principal, golden immortal? Everything was explained. There was even no need for Yang Qin to say anything more. The three of them would naturally imagine the process for Yang Qin. It must be because Yang Qin knew in advance that the mysterious heaven sect was in charge of the heavenly court, so he secretly joined the Taishaman. This was not surprising. There was no need to doubt everything they had suspected before. Why did those seniors tell you this? Division Master Lu was shocked and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Although he no longer doubted Yang Chen's origin, he was still curious. They don't care about life and death anymore. Why would they tell you this? Anyway, they don't care about life and death anymore. What's wrong with chatting with their disciples for a few more days? Yang Chen replied with a smile. Besides, when they really face death, some people will still be shaken. Human nature was like this. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Division Master Lu didn't know how many cultivators who claimed to be unafraid of death were really ugly in the face of death. He could completely understand what Yang Qin said. Have you told others your identity before? Elderly was the happiest one now. There was no problem with Yang Chen's identity, and the strength of Chunying Palace had greatly increased. This was simply his lucky star. While he was happy, he couldn't help but ask with concern. I only showed it to the two stewards who recently joined Chunying Palace. They didn't dare to say anything and obediently worked for the disciples. Yang Qin said with a smile. Chapter 1797. This sentence completely filled in the reason why Yang Qin could control Chunying Palace that he had not said just now. It also made the hearts of Sect Master Wang and the other two people directly thrown to heaven happily, and then calmly fell back into their stomachs. Was there any need to worry that Chunying Palace could not be controlled? Yang Qin alone could easily crush two supreme mystic immortal masters with the identity of the heavenly court. Chunying Palace was definitely a sect controlled by Yang Qin. If Yang Chan was willing, it was estimated that even the palace master had to look at Yang Chen's face. Didn't you tell Master Li? Sect Master Wang asked very strangely. No. Yang Qin shook his head. Why is that? Sect Master Wang asked. If this disciple casually revealed it at that time, it is estimated that I would not be alive now. Yang Chen smiled bitterly and then said, if it weren't for the doubts of several elders this time, and it was Sect Master Lu and Elder Li together, this disciple would not dare to say it. As a core senior member of the Xiantian sect, to be able to sit in this position, it was not known what kind of bloody storm he had experienced in secret to sit safely. The three people did not need Yang Qin to say more. They could understand what Yang Qin was worried about. If he was allowed to reveal his identity in the mortal world, it was completely conceivable that Yang Qin, who was in the foundation establishment stage, Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, and even the Desheng stage, would have been killed by some evil or greedy guys. How could he ascend to the spiritual world? As Yang Qin said, Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Lu, and Elder Li were also people on the same line. Yang Qin dared to reveal his identity in front of the three of them because he had a close relationship with Elder Li. Moreover, Yang Qin himself controlled Chunying Palace, which was of great benefit to the three of them. If the other core executives knew about this, it would not be good news for Yang Qin. Yang Chen's identity out of his mouth, into the ears of the three of us, no more. Sect Master Wang did not say anything. Directly in front of Yang Qin, ordered, we will follow Sect Master's orders. Hall Master Lu and Elder Li solemnly bowed and promised. They were extremely serious. Thank you, Sect Leader. Of course, Yang Qin also had to be aware of the current situation and properly express his gratitude. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the elders? For a time, the storm caused by Yang Lan's words subsided and everyone was happy. Sect Leader Wang, Sect Leader Lu, and Elder Li looked forward to the day when Chunying Palace could grow stronger and stronger. They were full of hope for the future of Xiantian sect. Even if there were a lot of doubts in their hearts, the identity of these three people was really not suitable for them to disappear for a long time, and it was not suitable for them to appear in the trial ground for a long time. Even if there were more curiosity in their hearts, they could only put it down. The purpose of the three people's arrival seemed to be to clear up this doubt. There was nothing else. After a few simple words to Yang Qin, the three people left secretly. After all, this was the trial ground. The secret arrival of the three core executives of Xiantian sect was not known by anyone except Yang Qin. They did not want to expose the whereabouts of the executives here. Yang Qin naturally didn't care. After respectfully sending the three elders away, Yang Chen waited for a while and left in another direction. So far, this was still the periphery of the trial ground, and he had not encountered anyone who needed to make a move. After flying for a short distance, Yang Qin saw another mark. He smiled in his heart and changed his direction with the mark. 2 days later, he arrived at another destination. Master Ancestor. After Yang Qin entered another hidden formation, he saw Elder Li, who had been waiting for him for 2 days. Elder Li stayed to wait for Yang Qin. He was not surprised at all. With so much curiosity unsatisfied, Sect Master Wang and Hall Chief Lu were probably unwilling when they left. Good, good. There were no outsiders, so Elder Li was not stingy with his praise. So there was such a secret. We were worried that Chunying Palace would have to hide for a long time. Now it's all good. You did a good job. After the praise, Elderly became a curious baby and began to ask Yang Qin what he knew in the Immortal Executioner's platform. From this point, it could be seen that big brother Li Qin knew that Yang Qin came out of the Immortal Executioner's platform, but he didn't ask any more questions. Elder Li obviously represented Sect Master Wang and Hall Chief Lu. The temperament of the three of them was much worse than Li Cheng's. Yang Qin selectively said some things. At most, he only touched on the level of heavenly soldiers. Yang Qin didn't say much about the real big shots. This was normal. At the level of heavenly generals, even in the face of death, it was impossible for them to lose their composure and get entangled with a mortal. It was normal that Yang Qin didn't know about those people. But even so, it was enough to surprise Elderly. With Elder Li's identity, he had only come into contact with the consciousness of the clone that descended from above, and he didn't talk about it in detail. How could he talk about it as vividly as Yang Qin did? What you did in the past was right. You can't let more people know about this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for you. After hearing some gossip from the Heavenly Court's small soldiers, Elderly was already completely sure of Yang Chen's previous actions, especially after Yang Chen indirectly pointed out Elder Li's cultivation through storytelling. This feeling in Elder Li's heart became stronger and stronger. This is the map of the trial ground. It also marks the strength of the demonic beasts in each place. It will be useful for your training. Next, it was time for Elder Li to give Yang Qin some benefits. As he handed over the jade slip, he said, "Fortunately, you have a clear conscience. This old man's heart is also a lot more relaxed. If you didn't deal with it properly this time, the Sect Master and Hall Master Lu had already decided to take you down for interrogation." Elder Li said it casually, as if he was talking about something trivial. Seeing that Yang Qin didn't seem to care, he thought he had something to rely on. He couldn't help but remind him, "Do you think you will be safe with the celestial devouring insect?" Just now, in the cave abode of Sect Master Wang and Elder Lu, there were at least 36 mysterious heaven sect supreme elders and 2 of the strongest god trapping arrays in the sect, not to mention 1 celestial devouring insect. Even if there were 100 more, they would only be annihilated under the heavenly dipper killing array of 36 supreme elders. These words really shocked Yang Qin. He knew that the mysterious heaven sect was prepared, but he didn't expect Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Lu to directly bring 36 supreme mystic immortal experts. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would definitely be very miserable. Even if he could survive by relying on the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, the entire Chunying Palace would definitely be destroyed. There was no other possibility. You know fear now. Elder Li glanced at Yang Qin as a lesson to let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Be careful in the future. Don't make a mistake. Chapter 1798. It turns out that Sect Master and Hall Master Lu brought these supreme experts to prepare for both sides. Elder Li looked at Yang Chen's pale face, and he had a feeling that everything was under control. If you don't deal with it well, it will be a killing move. If you deal with it well, then these supreme experts will be brought back to Chunying Palace by you to suppress those newly joined small fries. Yang Qin pretended to be pale as he listened. He had to cooperate with Elder Li's teachings and nod in agreement from time to time. He found it funny in his heart. However, since your identity is like this, those supreme experts naturally don't need to come out. After all, they're also from Shantian sect. It is not good to be discovered that they are secretly controlling Chunying Palace. Elder Li then explained the reason why Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Lu did not mention this matter. Chunying Palace should remain as it is. It seems that it has nothing to do with our Shantian sect. Yang Qin had long thought that Shantian sect would definitely restrict these experts in Chunying Palace, no matter what. Now that he had obtained this result, it was exactly what Yang Qin wanted. if a large number of Xiantian sect supreme experts really appeared in Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace would probably have a hard time in the future. Of course, on the other hand, Yang Chen was able to develop Chunyang Palace to this scale in such a short period of time without any direct help from Xiantian sect, which was really beyond the expectations of the Xiantian sect's higher-ups. Other than showing that Yang Chen's means were brilliant, there was nothing else. Some people would be jealous that Yang Chen relied on Gentle Sound Fairy, Zhou Xianying, to get such a huge force. However, in the eyes of the Xiantian sect's higher-ups, it was clearly Yang Chen's ability and vision. It was not the first day that Granny Tianqin became famous. Why didn't anyone marry her? Don't worry. After this time, Sect Master and Hall Master Lu will no longer doubt you. Seeing that Yang Chen was scared enough, Elderly began to comfort him appropriately. Since you have this identity and know the secrets above, there is no reason for you to betray us. As long as you do your best in the future, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Yes, Grandmaster. Yang Chen seemed to have just recovered from the shock, and his face was much calmer. Holding the jade slip that Elderly had given him that recorded the map of the trial ground, he didn't know what to say. Cultivate wholeheartedly. There is no need to think about anything else. Elderly casually handed over a Qinquan bag. The things inside are enough for you to cultivate until you reach the Earth Immortal realm. You don't need to waste your energy on those trivial matters. This was the real benefit. After being slapped in the face, one would naturally have to give a carrot. This was the method of controlling the subordinates of those in a superior position, and it was basically the same. Next, Elderly asked some questions about Yang Chen's cultivation. After some guidance, Yang Chen was completely calm, at least in the eyes of Elderly. Next, Elderly asked some questions about Yang Chen's cultivation. After some advice, Yang Chen calmed down completely, at least in Elderly's eyes. Since Yang Chen had returned to normal, he naturally had to show some wise thinking, so this question was raised in time. In addition to the lack of demonic energy, those beasts appear and disappear mysteriously. Isn't it very abnormal that they haven't been able to find the place where they appear? Even in the spiritual world, Elderly knew very well about the demon continent, especially after the major sect obtained the ancient books of the Zhao family manor. He knew a lot of secrets. The similarities between the trial ground and the demon continent had already been discovered and proposed, but no definite evidence had been found for the time being. Moreover, this was an excellent place for disciples to gain experience. So the major sect that controlled this place only monitored closely and sent masters to patrol, but did not close the trial ground. After Elderly said this, Yang Chen didn't say anything more. Anyway, he just said it. If he could provoke the major sect to target the Zhao family again, it would be best. If it didn't work, there was no loss for Yang Chen. Speaking of the Zhao family, there have been a lot of movements recently. The trial ground naturally brought the Zhao family out, and Elderly didn't hide much from Yang Chen. He began to tell Yang Chen some secret news. Last time several peripheral sects of the Zhao family were destroyed, and the Zhao family lost a game first. Recently, they began to secretly send people to attack, and the sect has lost hundreds of disciples. Annoying, Yang Chen said hatefully, but he was nodding in his heart. The Zhao family finally began to fight back, which was a good sign. He was not afraid that the Zhao family would not move, but he was afraid that they would still hide, then he wouldn't be able to find any clues. Have you caught a few and asked about the whereabouts of the Zhao family? Yang Chen asked. I caught a lot, but I couldn't ask any of them. Elderly was a little resentful when he talked about this. The Zhao family is too mysterious. Those who attacked were all from the side branches, and none of them were from the main branch. They don't even know where the Zhao family is. Grandmaster, is it possible that the Zhao family's location is always moving, just like in the mortal world? Yang Chen saw that it was about time, so he spoke of his guests in a timely manner. This was what the Zhao family's supreme expert said last time. So it shouldn't be wrong, right? No one in the mysterious heaven sect had thought of this, or rather, They didn't think in this direction at all. In the hearts of the people of the major sects, since they had opened the mountain and set up the cabinet, they must occupy a piece of land in a dignified manner. Didn't they see the pure Yang palace, which had no foundation in the spiritual world, spend a lot of money to get a piece of land for the sect? They never thought that the other party might not have a fixed territory at all, but a moving cave. That makes sense. Go back and let the disciples search in this direction. Elder Li's eyes also lit up as he thought of the key point. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Elder Li couldn't sit still anymore and wished he could immediately return to the sect to make arrangements. He didn't delay any longer and said to Yang Qin, "I'll go back and make arrangements immediately. If we find it, you'll get the credit." The threat of the Zhao family was so great that the major sect couldn't let go of such a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. If the mysterious heaven sect could be the first to find the whereabouts of the Zhao family, it would definitely be a good thing for the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, Elder Li couldn't care about anything else. He got up and left. "Stay here and train with peace of mind. I'll handle the matters outside. Don't worry about Chunyang Palace." When Elder Li said this, it was to give Yang Chen a reassuring pill, and then hurriedly packed up the array and quickly left. Yang Chen was finally able to start his own trial. After making sure that no one was watching him, Yang Chen began to rush toward the center of the trial ground. With the map given by the mysterious heaven sect, it was a bit easier. Yang Chen really wanted to know what was there. Chapter 1799. Cha! Yang Chen raised his hand and the blade fell. A huge monster head flew high, and the fishy blood sprayed high, dyeing a large area around it blood red. Boom! The body of the monster fell heavily to the ground, crushing countless trees, and even the ground was shaken a few times. The earth dragon on Yang Chen's wrist opened its mouth, and the body of the monster along with a large piece of land around it was swallowed by the earth dragon. Although the cultivation of this peak human immortal monster was not particularly high, its flesh and blood were also a great supplement for the earth dragon and could not be wasted. This was already a year after Yang Chen entered the trial land. It turned out that Yang Chen thought that this place could still be like the land of demons in the mortal world, sneaking into the depths of the core. But unexpectedly, it was all wrong, and he could only temporarily participate in the process of hunting monsters. The monster in the trial land had amazing senses. Even with Yang Chen's cultivation base, relying on the cultivation base of the three purities secret art, he may be able to hide from the senses of these monsters at a distance of 50 miles, but within a close distance of 50 miles, he would definitely be discovered. It was as if there was an invisible force in this place that could increase the senses of the monsters, and he couldn't escape in any case. The monster was not only more perceptive than humans, but their strength had also been greatly enhanced. It seemed that the monsters of the same cultivation base were at least 2 small realms stronger than ordinary cultivators. Obviously, there was a mysterious force that caused this situation to happen. From this point of view, the demon continent in the mortal world was very similar to this place. The demon continent was because of the devil Qi, but what was here? Monster Qi? There was indeed some faint monster Qi in the surrounding environment, but it was a bit too much to say that this was a kind of monster Qi. These auras were obviously released by those monsters, not the influence of the outside world. The monsters here were very strong, and their brains were also very smart. In addition to these, they were irritable and bloodthirsty. No wonder they had to use a formation to surround them. If these monsters were allowed to escape outside, it would definitely be a disaster for the spiritual world. Wasn't the demonic tribulation of the spiritual world in his previous life caused by the monsters? As for the epicenter of the explosion, even though he did not know the exact location, he was certain that it was in the trial grounds. Li Cheng suspected that this was the core of the Zhao family's array formation. Perhaps the demonic tribulation in the spirit realm was caused by the Zhao family. If that was the case, Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry to reveal the secret here. According to the memories of his previous life, there were still several hundred years before the demonic tribulation broke out. In addition, Yang Qin had already unlocked the seals of the other 9 locations. Even if the demonic tribulation broke out again, it would not be as powerful as it was in his previous life. It was also for this reason that Yang Qin wanted to learn more about these demonic beasts. So, Yang Qin did not directly enter the core of the trial grounds. Instead, he chose to familiarize himself with the trial grounds that were suitable for him. The map of the trial ground that elderly of the mysterious heaven sect had given him only indicated the distribution of supreme, mystic, immortal level demon beasts. However, that was only around the core of the trial ground. Not even the experts of the mysterious heaven sect had entered the true core area. From this alone, one could imagine the danger. According to Yang Chen's experience in the demon continent in the mortal world, the strongest demonized demon vine in the core of the demon continent was at the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal at that time, which was 2 whole realms higher than the Deshang stage realm that could be ascended in the mortal world. If there was no extremely safe plan, Yang Chen would never take risks easily. At this time, Yang Qin seemed to have guessed why Li Qing took away his sea-pouring jasper cup. If there was the sea-pouring jasper cup to shield his spiritual awareness, perhaps Li Qing could approach the core of the trial ground without being noticed. If Yang Chen had stronger strength at this time, he didn't need to be at the supreme mystic immortal level. As long as he was at the fairy immortal level, Yang Chen would dare to rush directly to the core of the trial ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was only in the human immortal realm now. He was almost the lowest rookie in the spiritual world. Even if he was strong, he could only train around the earth immortal level demon beasts at most, and he was still far from the core. It was not that there was no way to get in, but the price to be paid was likely to outweigh the gains. The Earth Dragon was born with a kind of magical ability to conceal spiritual awareness. As long as Yang Qin let the Earth Dragon make a move, he could also enter the core edge marked by the Shantian Gate without being noticed. Even so, it was only limited to sneaking in, and he couldn't make any extra movements at all. Once discovered, with the ferocity of the demon beasts that were generally 2 small realms stronger than the cultivators of the same level, the Earth Dragon might not be able to retreat unscathed, and the same was true for Yang Qin. The safest way was to train on the one hand, and wait for the news of Li Qing on the other. Although Big Brother Li Qing was also only a human immortal, Yang Qin firmly believed that Big Brother Li Qing must have a way. Over the past year, Yang Qin didn't know how many demon beasts he had killed, and he would encounter dozens of them every day. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would either run away or try their best to kill one to achieve the purpose of training, and they couldn't be rash. Unfortunately, these unfortunate demon beasts encountered Yang Qin, a monster that couldn't be judged by common sense. Even if the Earth Dragon didn't make a move, Yang Qin could use the immortal beheading saber and interspatial bracelet he obtained from the Dragon Palace. Basically, no demon beast could escape. In fact, at any time the real danger was not the demon beasts nor the demonic creatures, but the cultivators like you. Whether it was the demon beasts or the demonic creatures, you clearly understood that they were enemies and you were born to be on guard against them. However, cultivators were not like this. Many people who appeared to be friendly and amiable were actually poisonous snakes hiding under their friendly appearances. Among the cultivators who trained here, at least 30% of the people who died did not die under the claws and teeth of the demon beasts. Of course, this was not a problem for Yang Qin, who had already lived a life. No matter how well the other party's killing intent was hidden, it couldn't escape the perception of Yang Qin. With the almost invincible Dragon Clan Golden Bell and the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen was also invincible without using the Earth Dragon. The main reason why Yang Chen was willing to stay in this area was that Yang Qin found 2 cultivators who didn't belong to the major sect. The Land of Trials was a blessed land that was opened by the major sects for their own disciples to gain experience through life and death. After training here for dozens or even hundreds of years, it would bring indescribable benefits to their future cultivation path. However, the major sect was not a charity. Things that were good for their disciples would not be shared by outsiders. Didn't Yang Qin use the price of the perching god jade to get the promise from the major sect and get the qualification to enter the trial ground? How did these cultivators who didn't belong to the major sect come in? Chapter 1800. Discovering that these two were not cultivators from any of the major sects was also a coincidence. Generally speaking, Yang Qin still adhered to the principle of, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. As long as the other party did not have any ideas on him, then he would not take the initiative to attack. After all, everyone was a cultivator, and there were enough opponents here to gain experience. Yang Qin also did not lack the other party's trifling possessions. Letting a person who was even richer than a local tyrant covet the possessions of a few poor ghosts was simply too ridiculous. However, just because Yang Qin was like this did not mean that all cultivators would be like this. Wealth could move people's hearts, and the world of cultivators was no exception. However, none of the guys who attacked him would have thought that a world-famous alchemist, whose cultivation was much lower than theirs, would actually be so stubborn. A total of more than 20 guys who encountered him had thoughts that they shouldn't have. Now, their corpses had been devoured by the Earth Dragon, and their cosmos bags had fallen into Yang Qin's hands. From these things, Yang Qin discovered the origins of each person. There were cultivators from all the major sects, demons and demons, but there were two people who clearly came from a large rogue cultivator alliance. The major sects controlled the trial grounds, but did not leave a spot for the rogue cultivator alliance. As such, it was very suspicious how these two fellows came in. Of course, what made Yang Qin suspicious the most was not that they attacked Yang Qin, but when they found out that they were not a match for Yang Qin, they immediately detonated themselves to heavily injure Yang Qin. Wanting to heavily injure Yang Qin was a joke, but Yang Qin was not able to get any information from their mouths. As for the identity of these two, from the items they left behind, it seemed that they were from the rogue cultivator alliance called Three River Alliance, but Yang Qin was not completely sure. After making this unexpected discovery, Yang Qin decided to stay within the area to see if any other cultivators would take the initiative to attack him. It would be for the best if one or two cultivators who were not from the major sect could appear. That would give Yang Qin more clues. It was unknown if it was due to bad luck or if some of his disciples had died here. But for a long time, at least a few months, Yang Qin did not see any other cultivators appear here. Only one or two of them were from the Tao sect. They knew Master Yang Qin, and they fawned over Yang Qin in every possible way. They had no intention of making a move, so Yang Qin couldn't find any clues, even if he wanted to. After training in this area for another year, Yang Qin finally gave up and stopped waiting in vain. It has been 2 years since he came to the trial ground. Yang Qin has basically seen and was familiar with most of the monster beasts. Even if he entered a deeper area, it was only the difference in strength of the monster beasts. It would not let Yang Qin have an accident because he was not familiar with the monster beasts. This was one of the reasons why Yang Qin had been practicing in this area. The core of the trial ground was extremely dangerous. If he was not familiar with the habits of these monster beasts, he would go in rashly. Even if he just sneaked in carefully and did nothing, it would still be a narrow escape. Now that he had experienced 2 years of familiarity, it was completely different. At least Yang Qin could ensure that his spiritual awareness threads, which were cultivated by the 3 purity secret art, could find the enemy one step earlier and then carry out different responses to the type of monster beasts. The way to enter deeper areas was very simple. The Earth Dragon was born with the instinct of concealment. Even if it was a master of the same level, it could not be found in a short time, even if it was a spiritual awareness exploration. Yang Qin jumped directly into the mouth of the Earth Dragon and let the Earth Dragon shrink into a small earthworm with the thickness of a finger, and then drilled into the ground. Basically, in the active area of the Earth Immortal level monster beasts, Yang Qin could completely ignore it and directly let the Earth Dragon go all the way in a straight line. The Earth Dragon of the Supreme Mystic Immortal level, deep underground, could still be found by the Earth Immortal level monster beasts. Then the Earth Dragon could directly kill itself. However, when it came to the place where the Heaven Immortal level monster beasts were entrenched, the situation was different. He didn't know why these monster beasts were stimulated, but their spiritual awareness was amazingly sensitive. They were obviously only at the high stage of the Heaven Immortal, but the spiritual awareness of some monster beasts had already reached the level of the middle stage of the Supreme Mystic Immortal, which made people extremely envious of the cultivation method of these guys. Of course, those who envied their spiritual awareness cultivation method would never include Yang Qin. Yang Qin's current spiritual awareness was 2 realms higher than his own spiritual power cultivation. The strength of the 3 Purities secret art was far from what a few different monster beasts could compare with. Yang Qin had been underground, relying on the spiritual awareness threads he released to explore the environment. The concentration of spiritual power in this area had increased compared to when he first entered the trial ground, and the monster beasts inside were getting stronger and stronger. When Yang Qin saw through the spiritual awareness threads underground, a monster beast at the early stage of the Heaven Immortal level easily cut an expert of an unknown sect with his life, source magic weapon, and protective armor directly into 2 pieces. Yang Qin understood that in this area, let alone a human immortal level junior like himself, even a supreme mystic immortal had to be careful to live with his tail between his legs. Even if Yang Qin had the Earth Dragon, even if he had the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique, it was the same. After all, Yang Qin has not experienced the human immortal world's Earth Immortal Tribulation and the Heaven Immortal Tribulation. No matter how strong his body was, it was not as sharp as the claws and teeth of the monster beasts. It was better to find what he wanted to find secretly. Never provoke any monster here, carefully letting the Earth Dragon continue to stay underground. And even when a little deeper, Yang Qin let the Earth Dragon continue to move forward. Even so, the speed of moving forward was a lot slower. Originally, they could travel thousands of miles in a day, but now they could sneak hundreds of miles in a day without being discovered. This was already a tacit understanding between Yang Qin and the Earth Dragon. This was when they just entered the Heaven Immortal monster area. When they entered the Advanced Heaven Immortal and Peak Heaven Immortal monster area, Yang Qin could almost be described as shocked. Every time he wanted to move forward, he had to consider how to avoid the scanning of the huge divine sense of the surrounding demonic beasts. The arduous process was comparable to a sheep taking a stroll in a pack of wolves. If any of the wolves found something wrong, the sheep might be consigned to eternal damnation. It took Yang Qin a full 2 years to reach the Fairy Immortal area alone, and only then did he reach the edge of the distribution area of the Peak Fairy Immortal monster. If he went further in, it should be the area of Supreme Mystic Immortal monster activity. It was also a more dangerous area where he could die at any time. Even at a place hundreds of miles deep underground, Yang Qin could feel the crazy scanning of a tyrannical spiritual awareness. While there was a lingering fear, Yang Qin did not give up at all. He still controlled the Earth Dragon to move forward bit by bit, hoping to see what was in front of him. Suddenly, the body of the Earth Dragon seemed to suddenly hit a barrier. It shook and stopped. Yang Qin's spiritual awareness thread was also sent out at the same time. At that moment, Yang Qin's face showed joy. It was a barrier of a sealing formation. There was no mistake. Chapter 1801. To deal with this kind of sealing formation, Yang Qin's experience was not a little bit. The location recorded in the 9 ancient zither, the method of unlocking the seal, was the same. And the formation of this trial ground, since elder brother Li Chang inferred that it was related to the 9, then the solution should be the same. Not only elder brother Li Cheng's judgment, but Yang Qin's own feeling was the same. Although he did not directly use a large amount of spiritual awareness to explore, for fear of alarming the surrounding monsters, but just a few strands of spiritual awareness gave him feedback that the pattern of this seal should be the same as the other 9 places. According to normal logic, to unlock this seal, it was the same way, as long as a large amount of input of spiritual awareness could be done. Unfortunately, neither the Morong sisters nor Zhou Xianying were around. Otherwise, if he let them do it, maybe he could have one more bodyguard. When unsealing the Earth Dragon, Yang Chen had done this kind of sneaky output of spiritual awareness from the periphery without attracting the attention of the masters inside. Now, although there were strong enemies around, it was not impossible to use the same method. Before Yang Chen started, he still had some concerns. He believed that elder brother Li Cheng must have come here a lot of time ahead of him. If elder brother Li Cheng was unlocking the seal, then Yang Chen's spiritual awareness would inevitably cause an impact. It was because of this worry that Yang Chen did not start immediately, but observed quietly for the time being, and determined that it would not affect elder brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen would start. This observation made Yang Chen break out in a cold sweat. The surrounding monsters at the peak of the fairy immortal realm, and even the stronger monsters that could faintly reveal their aura in the seal formation, did not use their spiritual awareness to touch this seal formation. Even the most powerful masters would carefully avoid the area of the seal formation when they used their spiritual awareness to explore the surrounding situation. Yang Chen could even sense that the extremely powerful divine senses were all broken. When they were still several meters away from the sealing formation, they would automatically avoid it, not daring to casually extend their divine senses across the boundary. This strange situation directly made Yang Chen's heart suddenly creeped out. Under the fright, he no longer dared to hesitate and quickly retracted his spiritual awareness that had been placed on the seal formation. Fortunately, the spiritual awareness threads emitted by the 3 purities secret art that he cultivated were thin enough to not trigger any unknown protection. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he died. This sealing formation seemed to be somewhat different. It was hidden dozens of kilometers underground. If it was only on the surface, it wouldn't be triggered at all if one was careful. Of course, they wouldn't have discovered it. But how did those heaven immortal level beasts know that there was a formation here, but they didn't dare to touch it? When he was puzzled, a bird-shaped monster flying in the sky unscrupulously emitted its spiritual awareness. Relying on its speed, it flew high and arrogantly flew out from a deeper area. His divine sense, which had almost condensed into a solid substance, plowed through this area and also crossed the sealing formation. When this spiritual awareness fell on the spiritual awareness threads that Yang Chen sent out, Yang Chen could instantly conclude that this guy's strength was definitely beyond the 6th grade of Xian Immortal, and even a bit stronger than the Earth Dragon. The arrogant big bird's spiritual awareness swept across, and almost all the monsters at the peak of the fairy immortal realm bowed their heads and didn't dare to move. When faced with such a situation, the large bird in the sky seemed to be extremely satisfied, but it completely didn't notice that the eyes of the demon beasts below that were suppressed by its divine sense didn't flash with submission or fear, but a type of gloating gaze. Yang Chen was now hiding in the mouth of the Earth Dragon, from which a large number of spiritual awareness threads were emitted, scattered in all directions, carefully avoiding those powerful monsters, and observing the situation everywhere. This big bird obviously didn't hide its consciousness, and Yang Chen saw it. After flapping its wings a few times, the big bird in the air chirped happily, as if it was announcing its territory. It paused in the air for a while, and then flew in another direction, probably to do the same thing. Until now, Yang Chen didn't find any reaction from the formation. Could it be that his estimation was wrong? But apart from that arrogant big bird, the other monstrous beasts, whether they were inside or outside, did not dare to touch the formation with their divine sense. Moreover, under the pressure of that big bird monstrous beast, all the monstrous beasts had already withdrawn their divine sense. Could it be that they were really just surrendering? Just when Yang Chen thought that his judgment was wrong, a sudden change occurred. The sealing formation, which was close at hand, suddenly released a tyrannical and unparalleled suction force, firmly grasping the consciousness of the big, bird, demonic beast in the sky. The huge suction force directly dragged the big bird in the sky to the ground. At this moment, the 6th grade Immortal or above monster didn't have the strength to struggle at all, or it could be said that it couldn't break free from the suction force at all, and was directly pulled to the ground, unable to even raise its head. The spiritual awareness that seemed to be material just now was forcibly dragged out of the big bird's sea of consciousness by this strong suction force, and was unreasonably absorbed into the formation. Along the way, there was even no need to use the spiritual awareness threads. The vibration brought by the big bird's own spiritual awareness allowed Yangchen to directly know what was going on by the feeling of his skin. A shrill scream came out from the mouth of the huge bird demonic beast, but it only lasted for a short moment, and then there was no more sound. The divine sense also disappeared without a trace, and the surroundings were eerily quiet without the slightest sound. After a long time, a few celestial immortal spiritual awareness swept over again, and they still avoided the area of the seal formation as usual. At this moment, Yangchen secretly released the spiritual awareness threads again and carefully probed what was going on. A strand of divine sense descended onto the corpse of the large bird demon beast that had started to be eaten by a few powerful demon beasts. The corpse had practically become a dried corpse that had all its flesh and blood essence sucked dry. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a 6th stage mysterious immortal, these demon beasts probably wouldn't even care about what was left of it. In a short period of a few breaths of time, not to mention the entire divine sense of a demon beast at the 6th rank of the mysterious immortal realm had been completely absorbed. Even its flesh, blood, and essence had been sucked dry. Merely thinking about it caused a chill to run down one's spine. If Yangchen rashly took the initiative to explore with his spiritual awareness, he might end up worse than this guy. After all, even if Yangchen had refined the spiritual awareness of a perfected golden immortal, he couldn't release it as fast as a 6th grade Xian immortal demonic beast. With Yangchen's current spiritual awareness that was only at the 3rd grade of celestial immortal, it would only take a breath of time for Yangchen to become a dry corpse. Chapter 1802. Even though Yangchen had walked on the line of death more than once or twice in his previous life, he was still shocked and broke out in a cold sweat this time. He took back all the spiritual awareness threads and stayed in the mouth of the earth dragon. Yangchen did not dare to move for a long time, just to calm down. You don't want to live, dare to come here like this? Just when Yangchen was still sweating and calming down, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ear. The sudden movement almost scared Yangchen out of the mouth of the earth dragon. Fortunately, the experience of 2 lives made him calm himself down. The voice was from an acquaintance, and it was not directly sounded, but transmitted through the spiritual awareness. It was Big Brother Li Cheng. Yangchen's heart settled down instantly. Li Cheng seemed to have such a magic that could make people calm down in an instant. He took the initiative to send out a thread of spiritual awareness and connected it with Li Cheng's equally fine spiritual awareness. Yangchen sent out a thought without scruples. Big brother, you really scared me. Reckless. Li Cheng's serious criticism mercilessly rushed into Yangchen's ears. Where do you think this is? I have to carefully rely on the sea jasper cup to come in, and you dare to be so bold. Do you know what will happen if your spiritual awareness stays on that seal for a while? There was really no need for Li Cheng to explain this question. The ending of the big bird monster that surpassed the 6th grade of Xian Immortal had clearly told Yangchen the answer. At the same time, Li Cheng's question also indirectly explained why the big bird monstrous beast was not immediately attacked by the formation after its unscrupulous spiritual sense exploration. It turned out that this formation would only be activated after a certain period of contact. Fortunately, your spiritual awareness threads are thin enough, and you haven't triggered the restriction for such a long time. In the tone of Big Brother Li Cheng, there was also a kind of joy like surviving a disaster, Next time you are so reckless, it's better to cut your own neck with a knife so that you don't have to suffer before you die. Yang Chen obediently accepted the reprimand and didn't mean to talk back at all. Big brother Li Cheng was definitely doing this for his own good. If he didn't know what was good for him, then he would be a fool. A barrier quickly wrapped around the earth dragon. Yang Chen controlled the earth dragon to remain motionless and let the barrier work. The familiar breath tells him that this is the sea jasper cup, and entering it is really safe. Big brother, are you nearby? Yang Chen finally saw Li Cheng's face. In the sea-pouring jasper cup, Yang Chen and Li Cheng could talk with confidence without worrying about being discovered by the monsters outside. I have been studying here for a long time. Fortunately, it was not far from here, and I noticed the spiritual sense threads that you released. Otherwise, I would not have known that you were here. Li Cheng explained casually, and then directly laughed and scolded. Why don't you hurry up and take out the wine? What are you waiting for? It was absolutely safe here, and Yang Chen didn't have that kind of careful worry. He hurriedly threw out a few jars of jade dragon wine, and lit a jus, and grab a bunch of ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, vermilion fruit, and so on, and put them on a jade plate as a wine dish. The two brothers sat at the table and chatted while drinking. As Li Cheng said after he came in at the beginning, he didn't delay much time and came here directly. After discovering this huge seal formation, he knew that he should have found the right place. However, the power of the formation made Li Cheng a little unexpected. In the case of no way to directly crack it, he could only study along the edge of the formation bit by bit, waiting for the opportunity to find a way to unlock the seal formation. Even with Li Cheng's knowledge and ability, this formation is still like a mouse pulling a turtle. This made Yang Chen feel surprised. Even big brother Li Cheng was helpless against the formation. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. Otherwise, he could only ask big brother Li Cheng to help collect the corpse. This formation is too powerful. After tens of thousands of years, or even longer accumulation, it is no longer something that ordinary masters can deal with. In the face of this kind of trouble that almost can't be solved by manpower, Li Cheng had to admit defeat for the time being. The two were silent. Even Li Cheng admitted that he couldn't do it, then Yang Chen would definitely be sending food. How could they solve the situation in front of them? What is inside the formation? After a long time, Yang Chen asked. Stronger demonic beasts and an unknown area. Li Cheng replied dejectedly. It seemed that this formation had dealt a heavy blow to him. Unknown area? Yang Chen asked. Even Li Cheng doesn't know what that area is. For the time being, it is judged to be the source of the monster, but as for what is inside, it is still uncertain, so there is no way to go in. Li Cheng glanced at Yang Chen and seemed to be puzzled by Yang Chen's eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? If there is information in the spiritual realm that you and I can't solve, then there must be a problem with this formation. Yang Chen suddenly thought about it. After saying that, he frowned. This sentence was very arrogant, but it made Li Cheng feel very comfortable when he heard it. Li Cheng knew that Yang Chen valued him very much, but Li Cheng didn't know that there was actually such a high regard. Maybe we are thinking in the wrong direction. After Yang Chen thought for a while, he asked with a little uncertainty, Big brother, how do you know that this formation will have a problem if spiritual awareness explores it for a long time? In the past few years, I have seen no less than 10 arrogant monsters turned into dried corpses. Although Li Cheng was proud in his heart, he still answered Yang Chen in a bad tone. This is not right. After hearing it, Yang Chen immediately said resolutely, What did you find? Li Cheng was also excited. One person is better than two. It has been said for thousands of years. He might have been stuck in a dead end. Maybe Yang Chen could solve the problem. In less than 10 years, there are almost 10 Xian Immortal level monster died here, on average 1 a year. Yang Chen organized his words and said, Even if one every 2 years after so many years, how many should there be in total? This was actually not a question. but a prelude to the question. Li Cheng was also smart not to answer and waited to hear the rest. No matter how strong that seal formation is, it is 10 times stronger than the 9 formations outside. But over the years, so many Xian immortal monsters' spiritual awareness has been absorbed, and this formation doesn't show any signs of breaking. After Yang Qin said this, he slapped the table with certainty. This is not normal. It is using our inertial thinking to mislead us. This is definitely a trap. Trap! Li Cheng couldn't understand it because he was trapped in this situation, so he frowned and asked, "The area that you can't enter is the bait." Yang Chen replied with certainty. Chapter 1803. There was a foggy area that they couldn't enter, and it was definitely the best way to attract people. Everyone was curious, and cultivators were no exception. As long as there was a target that people couldn't help but want to spy on, then the trap could be said to be half successful. If there was a powerful cage or killing array, basically other than the prey, the trap would be ready. Obviously, the previous Li Cheng and the current Yang Qin were the prey that this trap was waiting for. Or there were more people who knew. Li Cheng also fell silent and began to think about this possibility. It was undeniable that the sealing array in front of them seemed to be the same as the previous ones. Even if it wasn't a trap, it definitely wasn't the same as before. Yang Qin accompanied Li Cheng in silence. His mind was also tumbling as he recalled the things that happened in his previous life. The demonic tribulation of the spiritual realm in his previous life should have started from the trial ground. But Yang Qin didn't know exactly where it started, and there seemed to be only a few people who knew. It was said that when it started, all the disciples of the major sect who were training in the trial ground had died in there, and there was no news at all. Big brother, when the time comes and the array is activated, how should we break the sealing array around the trial ground? In terms of the Tao of array, Yang Chen at most had some array diagrams and simple principles in his memory, but he didn't really study much. Li Cheng had always shown himself to be an expert in array, so it was a good time to ask him for advice. The array outside? Simple. Li Cheng was thinking about the sealing array inside, and when he heard Yang Chen's question, he replied casually, "At most 200 to 300 demonic beasts at the peak of Xian immortal level can break it. If there is a golden immortal expert, it will be even easier. There should be more than this number of Xian immortal demonic beasts that went out for so many years. Right?" Yang Chen said thoughtfully. After all, only a portion of the Xian immortal demonic beasts were sucked dry by the sealing array. At least half of the Xian immortal demonic beasts left safely, and Li Cheng had seen more than 10 of them in these years. Li Cheng nodded subconsciously when he heard Yang Chen's words, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Could it be that so many Xian immortal demonic beasts had been annihilated by the disciples of the various sect? That's a Xian immortal expert. It's hard to say if there are so many Xian immortal experts in all the major sect. Then, where did these Xian immortal demonic beasts go? Not only did they not go out to harm the trial disciples, but they were also not killed. The most amazing thing was that the trial disciples and even the earth immortal and human immortal trial beasts were not affected. This made people wonder if those beasts had directly ascended to immortality. However, all these years, at least Li Cheng had not felt the movement of demonic beasts ascending more than a few times. It was not that there were none, but it was pitifully rare. Could it be that these guys were going to kill each other after they got out, and then the victor would ascend? This was obviously impossible. Since there were no such possibilities, and the outermost formation could not withstand the collective attack of thousands of Xian immortal demon beasts, but the formation still existed steadily. There must be some inside story or unknown reason behind it. There's something wrong with the outermost formation. Li Cheng could not see clearly because he was closely involved. After Yang Chen's analysis and guidance, he immediately realized where the problem was. At first, Yang Chen only had a simple suspicion. Now, with Li Cheng's judgment, both of them understood a little. The ancestor of the Zhao family was indeed an expert at playing tricks. He could calculate that someone might discover the secret of the core of the trial ground. So he deliberately set up a trap here, since it was a trial ground. Even if the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts of the Major sect died here, it was just a failure. At most, the Major sect would instruct their disciples not to go near this place. The real secret would be preserved because of this huge bait that attracted everyone's attention, even if they were not fooled by the ceiling formation. Once they saw an inaccessible area, they would always be unable to suppress their curiosity and think of ways to go in and find out what was going on. Even someone like Li Cheng was firmly attracted by the area that could not be entered for the time being. He racked his brains to think of all kinds of ways to enter without making any big moves. If it weren't for Yang Chen's arrival, maybe Li Cheng would persist for a few more years and would be forced to enter because of exhaustion of patience. At that time, it would definitely be a huge movement. Now that it was determined that this was a huge trap, both of them had plans to turn back. However, Yang Chen still had some regrets. In the end, he braced himself and asked Big Brother Li Cheng. Under the cover of the sea-pouring jasper cup, he looked at all the areas that could be entered. Since he was here, even if it was a trap, he had to see what it looked like, right? For this request, Li Cheng did not have any refusal. Even the sea jasper cup was Yang Chen's. It would not take too long to take him to see it. With Li Cheng, a supermaster who has been studying here for several years, Yang Chen basically didn't have to worry about the risk of being discovered. He soon entered the circle of the ceiling formation and saw many incomprehensible monsters. He also saw the mysterious area that Li Cheng couldn't enter. It was said that he couldn't get in. In fact, it was not that Li Cheng had no way, but there was no way to enter quietly for a while. It was not impossible to really crack it by force, but it would definitely cause a great shock to the entire trial land, which was inconsistent with the previous plan. Blocking the way of the two was also a formation barrier, which looked similar to the Demon Seal formation in the mortal world, but it was many times more powerful than the Demon Seal formation, and it added a lot of things that couldn't be understood for a while. There was no problem with the exploration of spiritual awareness, but it was blocked outside this solid formation. Why don't you try using the Immortal Beheading Blade and Xiao Tian? Yang Chen showed the Immortal Beheading Blade and asked Li Cheng. The Immortal Beheading Blade had refined the entrance of the Immortal Beheading Stage and the core of the Demon Continent. With the buff of Xiao Tian, it could almost be said to be invincible. Maybe it could cut a part of this formation. No, a little attack will cause a lot of movement. Li Cheng shook his head directly, as if afraid that Yang Chen didn't believe it. He threw out a mass of things and threw it far away at the barrier of the formation. Yang Chen saw clearly that the mass of things was clearly a Xian immortal level monster. He didn't know when it was captured by Li Cheng, but it couldn't move. It could only watch itself hit the barrier. Boom! There was a violent explosion and vibration, and the dazzling light could almost blind people's eyes. In just an instant, the Xian immortal level monster turned into a mass of ashes and dissipated with the wind, leaving no bones. Chapter 1804. The commotion here directly attracted countless probing divine senses. Without waiting for Yang Chen to react, Li Cheng had already controlled the sea-pouring jasper cup to dive into the ground, covering up all the sounds. Even under the wrapping of the sea-pouring jasper cup, Yang Chen could still perceive the tyrannical spiritual awareness sweeping over and over again, as if the dozens of miles underground had been excavated hundreds of times, and there was still the noise of those spiritual awareness scraping the sea-pouring jasper cup in his ears. After a while, the silence was slowly restored here, and those spiritual awareness no longer paid attention to this side and quietly dispersed. Only at this moment did Li Cheng control the sea-pouring jasper cup to slowly return to a place not far from the ground. A little aggressive action will cause such a big movement. It's no problem to break the Immortal Beheading Blade, but it's not possible to do it quietly. Li Cheng shook his head. Without Li Cheng saying anything more, Yang Chen knew what the result was. If the two hadn't determined that this was a bait, maybe the two would have joined forces to break this place. Unfortunately, it was just a collision and there was that kind of movement. If they really wanted to break the formation, they didn't know what kind of earth-shaking it would be. It was estimated that all the Xian immortal monsters in the trial ground would be attracted. For such a reason, Yang Chen and Li Cheng could only give up again. Li Cheng was about to control the sea-pouring jasper cup to leave. Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved and stopped Li Cheng. Not knowing what Yang Chen was going to do, Li Cheng stopped in doubt and looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't explain and directly took out something from the merit ring and handed it to Li Cheng. "Big brother, try this." Li Cheng looked at the miniature version of the villa in his hand and asked in confusion, "What is this? An immortal's cave magic weapon? The Zhao family manor in the mortal world may work." Yang Chen explained. Upon hearing that it was the Zhao clan's manor in the mortal world, Li Cheng immediately understood. From the very beginning, Yang Chen and Li Cheng had suspected that this place was set up by the Zhao family. This Zhao family manor was a magic treasure that had been refined by the Zhao family's ancestor in the mortal world. There must be some unique aura of the Zhao family on it. Perhaps if it was used here, it might not cause the counterattack of this formation. The Zhao family manor was something that Yang Chen had requested from Tao Junkie before entering the trial grounds. He hoped that he might have an opportunity to use it just in case. The current situation was just the right time to give it a try. "Good stuff. Aren't you afraid of ruining it?" Li Cheng was also tempted and was eager to give it a try. This tactical matrix had troubled him for several years. Now that there was a chance to solve it, Li Cheng wished he could do it right away. But before he did it, he still had to remind Yang Chen, the Zhao family has spent a lot of effort to refine this manor. Once it is destroyed, you won't be able to explain it to your concubine, will you? If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed, Yang Chen said indifferently, but the next sentence made Li Cheng a little dumbfounded. "At most, you can compensate me with a dragon palace. I have both the water and fire dragon palaces, but I want one with other attributes." A manor in exchange for a dragon palace, no matter how you looked at it, was a deal that would definitely be profitable. Li Cheng was amused by Yang Chen's rascally request. He pointed at Yang Chen for a while and didn't say anything. He wanted to point at Yang Chen's nose and scold him. Could you be more shameless? When Li Cheng calmed down, he simply ignored the lazy Yang Chen and began to think about the possibility of using the Zhao family manor. In fact, he couldn't think of anything just by thinking about it. In the end, he still had to put it into practice. The practical method was very simple. He controlled the Zhao family manor and slowly approached the barrier of the formation. He just had to be careful not to hurt himself. Under the gaze of Yang Chen, Li Cheng controlled the Zhao family manor and slowly enlarged it to a radius of several meters. Then he slowly approached the formation. Little by little, he finally came into contact with the formation in a corner of the manor. As soon as the two came into contact, it caused a tremor on the formation barrier. Yang Chen and Li Cheng were careful to guard against it, for fear of the kind of movement that happened before. Fortunately, this time, the barrier only trembled a little, and then it accepted the Zhao family manor as if it had softened. Yang Chen and Li Cheng were overjoyed. Looking at this scene, they looked at each other, and then Li Cheng controlled the Zhao family manor to move forward again. The manor seemed to be inserted into a ball of soft glue. It was silent, but there was no obstruction at all until half of the manor entered the formation barrier. At this point, the two had confirmed that the Zhao family manor would not be blocked here, nor would it cause any big movement. The two, who were overjoyed, almost entered the shrunken manor at the same time. Then, they controlled the manor to move forward in the main hall of the manor. A transparent barrier appeared outside the room of the manor, but it did not enter the room at all. Yang Chen and Li Cheng were overjoyed to watch the manor slowly enter the barrier, bringing the two of them inside. When the last part of the manor slowly entered the formation, Li Cheng took the lead and jumped out. After being blocked outside this formation for several years, Li Cheng was also suffocated. Yang Chen followed him outside. After entering inside, it seemed that there were not many restrictions. At least the two did not feel any restrictions. The two put away the Zhao family manor, still wrapped in the sea-pouring jasper cup, and quietly began to explore the scenery inside. The space inside was still not small, at least 10,000 miles. Such a big place, even if it was a rough inspection, it would take a lot of time. A few months later, the two had probably wandered around the space inside the formation. At this moment, they stopped in a certain position. Li Cheng's face also showed a long-lost smile. He turned to Yang Chen and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's a bit like the core of the demon continent." Yang Chen looked in that direction through the sea-pouring jasper cup and said with a little uncertainty, "However, there is no unique aura released there, but the whole is much larger than the core of the demon continent. I know where those monsters came from." Li Cheng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and he was finally relieved, and his tone was also relaxed. Just as the two were talking, a monster at the peak of Xian Immortal crawled out of a huge hole dozens of miles away in front of the two, roared and rushed outside. The hole, at least 100 miles in radius, was very illusory, half hanging in the air and half buried in the ground. No matter from which direction it looked, it seemed to be like this. "What are you still looking at? It's your turn." Li Cheng watched the monster go away and pushed Yang Chen and said, "Me." Yang Chen was shocked on the spot. "Here." Chapter 1805. The worst monster that appeared here was also a high-level Xian Immortal, and the realm of the Earth Dragon was a few lines worse. Even if Yang Chen counted all the magic weapons on his body, the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements sword, plus the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art, plus the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, he would not necessarily be the opponent of a monster here. What's more, within 1,000 miles around here, there were at least 5 or 6 monsters at the peak of Xian Immortal. Wasn't it courting death to make a move here? It's not your turn to kill the monster. Li Cheng gave Yang Chen a white look and said angrily, "Do you have that strength?" "Then why should I do it?" Yang Chen asked puzzledly. If he didn't kill the monster, what else could he do here? Alchemy? Refine that space exit. Li Cheng didn't want to look at Yang Chen anymore and said directly, "The hole with a radius of 100 miles, dozens of miles away from the opposite side." Yang Chen had just judged that it was a space entrance and exit like the core of the demon continent. To be precise, it should be a space exit one way, and he couldn't go in from here. In essence, they were all objects that could be refined by the cultivation method obtained by Yang Chen. So big? Yang Chen looked at the huge exit that was hundreds of miles long and was stunned. It will take thousands of years, right? In the mortal world. Even if Yang Chen had refined the core of the demon continent, even if he had refined the entrance of the immortal executioner platform, the two combined were not half as big as this one, not even 1/10. The largest immortal executioner platform was only a few hundred feet high, and the core of the demon continent was simply a point. Compared with this, it was like the clouds and mud. It took Yang Chen hundreds of years to refine the core of the demon continent, and it took hundreds of years to refine the entrance of the immortal executioner platform with the help of hundreds of human immortal level tool spirits. How long would it take for this monster space exit? What's wrong with it being big? Your cultivation is still high. Li Cheng didn't care about Yang Chen's hard work at all. Maybe Yang Chen's scoundrel words caused Li Cheng to be dissatisfied, so he vented his anger on him. But this is too big. It was because Yang Chen had experienced refining space that he knew how hard it was to refine it. Facing such a huge monster, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel discouraged. It was hard to say whether or not he could refine it before he ascended. "Cut the crap and get to work," Li Cheng urged impatiently. "When you want benefits, you have to think about how to work." Yang Chen complained, but his hands did not stop. His divine sense had already reached out and began to touch the spatial exit to carry out the first step of refining. The first layer of refinement was not a true refinement. Instead, it allowed Yang Qin to establish a connection with the exit of this space so that Yang Qin could refine the space at any time and anywhere. This step of refining was very important, and the exit of the demonic beast space was so big that the time needed was also a very considerable number. Moreover, once he started, there was no way to stop. If it weren't for Li Cheng, Yang Qin wouldn't even dare to move easily here. If it weren't for Li Cheng's presence, Yang Qin wouldn't even dare to move easily here. The strength of the demonic beasts here was by no means comparable to some super big sect in the spiritual world. In just an instant, Yang Qin was targeted by dozens of Xian Immortal Peak demonic beasts. Li Cheng urged Yang Qin, but he had already appeared directly, shielding Yang Qin behind him, and directly rushed towards the nearest demonic beast. The following things basically had nothing to do with Yang Qin. He only needed to concentrate on refining the spatial exit, and all the demonic beasts would be resisted by Li Cheng. However, before he was completely immersed in the refinement, Yang Qin still released Dilong and asked him to help Li Cheng block those demonic beasts. After all, Dilong was also around the level of Xian Immortal Grade 6. Even if he couldn't help much, he could help a little. The demonic beast's earth-shaking roar sounded in his ears, but Yang Qin didn't care at all. He believed in Li Cheng's judgment, and even more so in Li Cheng's ability, since big brother Li Cheng was here and wanted him to refine it immediately. Then Yang Qin believed that there would be no problem. Vaguely, the surrounding mountains and ground seemed to have collapsed, as if this place had become an experimental field of creation. The terrain began to change constantly. One moment it was a mountain peak, the next moment it was a valley. Every change was accompanied by an earth-shattering movement, as if the sky was falling. What was shocking was that there was no change in the area where Yang Qin was. It had been maintaining the original state, motionless. No matter how powerful the demonic beasts were attacking, it was not affected in the slightest. There seemed to be an invisible, transparent cover around Yang Qin's body, protecting Yang Qin in it. In the process of refining, Yang Qin was also thinking about how the exit of this demonic beast space was formed. Was it opened by the Zhao family with great magical power like the demon continent in the mortal world? Or did the Zhao family first find this opening and then make this trial place according to the local conditions? What was the relationship between this demonic beast space exit and the 9 Xian immortal level demonic beasts on the periphery? Without the evidence of the Zhao family's ancestors, no one could know the whole story. Yang Qin just guessed it and didn't want to know the bottom line immediately. Yang Qin was very curious. As soon as big brother Li Cheng saw this demonic beast space exit, he asked Yang Qin to refine it. Why? Now Yang Qin was basically certain that the demonic beast space exit should be the source of the millennium demonic tribulation in the spiritual world, and also the source of those demonic beasts. Refining the space, it was best to completely block this exit, so that there would be no millennium demonic tribulation. This was of course the best. However, Yang Qin knew very well that if he wanted to completely refine this space exit and completely block this button, let alone 1,000 years, maybe even double the time was not enough. This was also based on the premise that Yang Qin didn't do most of the things, and only focused on improving his cultivation and refining the space. If he was distracted again, he didn't know how long it would take. Yang Qin didn't even know if those Xian Immortal Peak demonic beasts crawled out during the complete refining process. Would it affect his refining process? In short, this was a very tricky thing, and he had to do it. How was the millennium demonic tribulation completed in his previous life? Yang Qin couldn't remember the reason until now. It seemed that it happened inexplicably, and then it ended inexplicably. Except for causing heavy casualties to the cultivators of the spiritual world, there was nothing left, which was very strange. Yang Qin, who was immersed in the refining process, hardly felt the passage of time. When he felt that he had completely completed the first stage of refining, when he opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding situation, even the calm Yang Qin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 1806. In front of Yangqin, it was simply the scene of the most desolate, ancient battlefield. There was scorched land everywhere, and some places had even turned into something like glass. In a radius of thousands of miles, there was not a single flat place, which was completely different from when Yangqin and Li Cheng first saw the space exit. It was directly scorched earth. It was not known how many fierce battles it had gone through to become such a ragged appearance. Only the place where Yangqin sat within a radius of 10 feet was not affected at all. It was still so flat, and even the grass beside Yangqin was still stubbornly alive. Pure land and scorched earth, peace and war, the two opposing scenes appeared in the same picture, which seemed very strange. Done! A familiar voice sounded in his ear, and the figure of Big Brother Li Cheng also appeared. Just by listening to the voice, one could hear the exhaustion on Big Brother Li Cheng's body, and seeing his figure, it was confirmed. Li Cheng, who looked like a jade before, had now become a bearded man. If it weren't for the familiar figure and the familiar aura, Yangqin wouldn't dare to recognize him. The original cultivation base of the 4th grade human immortal had now become the level of the earth immortal. Yangqin didn't know when Li Cheng improved his cultivation base and when he crossed the tribulation. Yangqin didn't know at all. In other words, Li Cheng didn't want to disturb Yangqin at all and didn't let him know. It could force Li Cheng to raise his cultivation base from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal level in a short period of time. One could imagine what kind of battle he had experienced. Fortunately, Li Cheng finally persisted until the moment when Yangqin refined the space exit. Although only the first layer of refining was completed, Yangqin could already stay away from this area. Through the connection with the space exit, Yangqin could refine anywhere. Let's go! Yangqin didn't say anything. He stood up and left immediately. Li Cheng did not neglect. The sea jasper was wrapped. The two figures disappeared instantly, directly drilled into the ground, and began to leave the periphery. Yangqin's wrist tightened. The earth dragon turned back into a simple bracelet and returned to Yangqin's side. How long has it been? With Li Cheng around, Yangqin didn't have to calculate how long it took. He could just ask directly. As he asked, he pulled out a few jars of wine and placed them beside Big Brother Li Cheng. Over 30 years. Li Cheng answered, then impatiently opened a jar of wine and poured it into his mouth. After drinking to his heart's content, Li Cheng-kai threw the empty wine jar to the side in an extremely forthright manner. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and shouted, "Awesome!" Yangqin looked at Big Brother Li Cheng with a smile and didn't say anything. When he finished drinking, Yangqin pointed a little at his clothes and directly took out a set of new clothes from the Chenquin bag and handed it over. With Li Cheng's cultivation base, Yangqin believed that if he was not at the end of the battle, he would never have no decent clothes on his body. It was obvious that he had reached his limit, which was why he was in such a sorry state. Li Cheng did not refuse at all. The relationship between the two was not polite for a new set of clothes. Anyway, there was no need to worry about the safety of Yangqin now, and other monsters could not see or detect their whereabouts. So Li Cheng naturally relaxed. After a while, Li Cheng, who had restored his previous handsome face, appeared in front of Yangqin again. Without saying anything, he picked up a wine jar and touched it with Yangqin. The two held the jar and drank, then they began to talk. Will there be any effect on your cultivation base? Although more than 30 years had passed unknowingly, Yangqin did not care about this at all, but worriedly asked about Li Cheng's cultivation base. More than 30 years to raise his cultivation base from the worldly immortal realm to the earthly immortal level. This was a bit too fast. There must be some problems that could not be seen on the surface. My body is strong enough. It's not a big problem. Li Cheng explained vaguely. The general meaning was that there was no effect. Yangqin did not ask more and nodded silently. Since Li Cheng said there was no problem, naturally it should not be a big problem. However, this did not mean that Yangqin did not do anything. Soon, there was a big peach in Yang Chen's hand. The peach was very fresh, just picked from the peach tree, and there was still some morning dew on it. Yang Chen directly pushed the peach in front of Li Cheng, and at the same time, there was a 6-turn Ganoderma jade pill. This is the fruit of the South Pole Immortal Old Man's immortal peach tree. It is full of vitality. Take it to nourish yourself. Yang Chen only introduced the peach, but didn't say much about the 6-turn Ganoderma jade pill. The merit chapter was originally given to Yang Chen by Li Cheng, so he believed that he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Li Cheng did not act pretentiously, and directly took the peach and ate it. After so many years of almost non-stop fighting, he had almost used up all his energy, and this peach from Yang Chen could help him recover some of his vitality. The Ganoderma jade pill was not wasted, no matter how strong his body was, forcefully raising his cultivation base in addition to the non-stop battles. There were definitely many internal injuries in his body, and one pill might not be enough. Yang Chen had already expected this, and as soon as the pill entered his stomach, a bottle was immediately sent to Li Cheng's hand. Pills could not be consumed in one go. There had to be a process of consumption. After so many years, Li Cheng could be said to have felt great pressure, and the enemies he faced were at least Xian Immortal 5th grade, and he was extremely tired. But there were some things that he had to do, so Li Cheng gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that he felt Yang Chen's heartfelt concern, his heart felt warm. Cultivators did not cut off their emotions, and it was indeed a very happy thing to have such a brother who worked well with him. What about your side? Although Li Cheng had already guessed the result, he still asked out of curiosity. After completing the first stage of the refinement, I can be more at ease. Yang Chen answered in a little more detail. He knew that Li Cheng understood, because when he was refining the entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the mortal world, he asked Li Cheng to help guide him on the refinement technique. However, the problem is still very troublesome. To completely refine it, it will at least take thousands of years. Yang Chen looked at Li Cheng worriedly and added, I'm afraid this demon beast space exit won't give us that much time. Li Cheng nodded. If this space exit could not be sealed as soon as possible, then it would still be a huge time bomb that could explode at any time. But Li Cheng did not know that when Yang Chen said it wouldn't take that long, he meant that in the future, the 1,000-year demonic calamity would only last for 1,000 years, and then it would calm down. There's a way. Li Cheng seemed to have already considered this problem, and one sentence immediately made Yang Chen completely relieved. Chapter 1807. If Li Cheng said there was a way, then there must be a way. Yang Chen was convinced of this. It was not the time to say it immediately. Yang Chen planned to let Li Cheng have a good rest first. However, when Yang Chen habitually looked down and saw the earth dragon on his wrist, he was shocked again. He closed his eyes hard and opened them again to make sure that he was not mistaken. Then he raised his head in amazement. Originally, the earth dragon was only about the 6th grade of Xian Immortal, but now, in just over 30 years, it had become a great demon beast master at the peak of Xian Immortal. How is this possible? Li Cheng had forcibly raised his cultivation from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm, and he had already paid a great price. That was when he was 2 realms lower from the 6th grade of Xian Immortal to the peak of Xian Immortal. In such a short period of time, it was hard to imagine what kind of treasures the earth dragon had swallowed and what kind of price he had paid. It's not surprising. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's eyes and knew what Yang Chen was thinking. He glanced at the earth dragon on Yang Chen's wrist and said calmly, if you had swallowed tens of thousands of demon beast corpses at the peak of Xian Immortal in 30 years, you could have improved so fast. Yang Chen suddenly understood. After such a big battle at the exit of the demon beast space, there was no demon beast corpse left. It turned out that they all went into the stomach of the earth dragon. No wonder it was estimated that only this guy's big stomach could swallow all the corpses. Even if it couldn't be refined for a while, it could be properly preserved. This was not surprising. There were so many demon beast corpses, each of which could be said to be a tonic with more potent medicinal effect than the Millennium Pill that Yang Qin could refine. After eating so many, even a pig would become a pig of Xian Immortal level. Needless to say, the Earth Dragon originally had the cultivation of the 6th grade of Xian Immortal. Li Cheng was too tired. After absorbing the Immortal Peach and refining the medicinal pill, he directly fell into a deep sleep. It was not a meditative state, but a deep sleep. This was a state that would only occur when he was exhausted to the extreme. Yang Chen did not disturb Li Cheng at all, and quietly controlled the sea jasper to dive deeper into the ground and stopped, without revealing the slightest sound. Brother Li Cheng's rest was more important. Other things could be put aside for later. Under Yang Chen's protection, Li Cheng slept for a whole month. During this period, the snoring was like thunder. If it weren't for the sea-pouring jasper cup that could isolate the sound and isolate the detection of spiritual awareness, not to mention anything else, this snoring alone could attract a large group of monsters. Only when Li Qing woke up from his deep slumber did Yang Qin completely relax. When he woke up, all of Li Cheng's exhaustion was swept away, and even the expression on his face was much more vivid. Without saying anything, after Li Ching woke up, he directly took a 6th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. After refining it, he sat opposite Yang Chen with ease. This time Yang Chen released both a Zhu and a Bai and asked them to collect some precious medicinal materials and put them into a few fruit plates. Then the two women served Yang Chen and Li Cheng slowly drinking and chatting. Before, Li Cheng's image was too embarrassing. In order to take care of Li Cheng's face, Yang Chen faced Li Cheng alone. Now there was no such scruples. With someone serving him, Brother Li Cheng was also happy. Two things. Li Cheng and Yang Chen never talked much nonsense. After drinking a few cups, they went straight to the subject. First, you have to refine that space exit as soon as possible. What about the other one? Needless to say, this matter must be a top priority. Yang Qin didn't have to ask why. He just asked about the second thing. How are you going to settle this guy? Li Cheng pouted with his mouth, indicating the Earth Dragon on Yang Chen's wrist. I haven't thought about it. Yang Qin also had some headaches when he was guarding Li Cheng these days. The Earth Dragon's intelligence was not developed, but its strength had already reached an incredible level. What was more terrifying was that its strength would increase as the corpses of the demonic beasts in its stomach were refined one by one. If it was not handled properly, it would directly become the most unstable bomb. The most troublesome thing was that the Earth Dragon had not ascended after reaching the Xian Immortal realm because it was affected by the sealing formation of the Zhao family. It might not matter at the Xian Immortal realm, but once it broke through the Xian Immortal realm and entered the Golden Immortal realm, it would inevitably trigger the Xian Immortal tribulation. It was very difficult to cross the Xian Immortal tribulation at the same time of ascension. It was very likely that the Earth Dragon would be turned into ashes because of this. Sometimes it was not a good thing to grow strength too fast. Yang Qin had to face this problem now. If it was an ordinary Xian Immortal expert, Yang Qin could ignore it and let nature take its course. However, the Earth Dragon had no intelligence, which meant that if it was allowed to solve the problem by itself, it was likely to bring about unpredictable results. It would be best if it could ascend normally. Yang Qin said with some speculation. Then he saw Li Cheng's eyes staring at him. In the end, he took back the words that even he did not believe. It can't ascend normally now. Li Cheng directly gave a conclusion, which also broke Yang Chen's thoughts. Besides, even if there is a 1 in a million chance that it ascends normally when it reaches the immortal world, it is just a reptile that can be stepped on at any time. It will not have any good treatment unless you also ascend when it ascends, but even so, you will probably have to take care of it for a lifetime in the immortal world. The Earth Dragon had no intelligence, which had already determined that it could only be a demonic beast of the lowest level. If it was lucky, it would be taken as a demonic pet. If it was unlucky, it would not be strange if it was killed to practice, not to mention the demonic beasts that came out of the demonic beast space, which one of them was not at the peak of the Xian immortal realm. Weren't they just a group of trapped beasts in the trial ground? Big brother, what's your idea? Yang Chen did not think about it, so he directly asked Li Cheng for advice. Li Cheng and the Earth Dragon had fought side by side for 30 years, and they had to face strong enemies almost all the time. Even if the Earth Dragon had no intelligence, the friendship formed in this kind of battle was not so easy to erase. Presumably, it was because of this that Li Cheng had to take pains to arrange the life of the Earth Dragon. It's not advisable to ascend to the immortal world. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and then at the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon did not know that he was talking about it at all. It was obediently coiled on Yang Chen's wrist and did not move. Perhaps in some way we can let it shield itself from the heavenly tribulation, so that it doesn't have to worry about the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, and it doesn't have to worry about ascending. It's better to stay in the spiritual realm. Finally, Li Cheng said his own suggestion. It's better to be a master in the spiritual realm than to be a reptile in the immortal world. If you are willing, I can help you deal with it, and Chunyang Palace can also have a secure rear. Chapter 1808. A Safe Base. Yang Chen didn't understand what Li Cheng meant. It was understandable that Chunyang Palace had a supermaster as their backing, but a strong base could not be built by a master. Have you forgotten where the Zhao family manor is in the mortal world? Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's confusion and couldn't help but remind him. As soon as Li Cheng reminded him, Yang Chen remembered it immediately. The Zhao family manor had always been placed on the back of Longshan and moved around on the seabed. He could go wherever he wanted. Did brother Li Cheng mean? Yes. Li Cheng nodded. The Earth Dragon is huge, but it can naturally shield the divine sense, at least in the spiritual realm. If the home is in the stomach of the Earth Dragon, no master can break it, unless this master has the guts to enter the mouth of the Earth Dragon. This was a good idea, as long as there was a suitable cave house magic treasure. He believed that Li Cheng could easily put this magic treasure into the stomach of the Earth Dragon. This immortal's cave magic weapon was regarded as the real mountain gate of the Pure Yang Palace. Just like the Pure Yang Palace in the mortal world had a blue vault mount in Immortal's cave. Only the core disciples could enter. It could be said to be safe to the extreme. Not to mention anything else. Just the Earth Dragon's current Xian immortal cultivation base. No cultivator dared to casually attack it. The last time he was attacked by the 3 supreme Xian immortal masters of the Zhao family would never happen again. First, they might not be able to find the place. Second, even if they found the place, they might not have the guts to go in. Third, even if they went in, they might not be able to survive. With such a stable base, Chunyang Palace would no longer have to worry about anything. In this way, the Earth Dragon could always be the guardian beast of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm, enjoying the gratitude and filial piety of all the disciples of Chunyang Palace, which was better than ascending to the immortal world and becoming the lowest reptile. And Chunyang Palace had a cave house that would almost never fall in the spiritual realm. Everyone was happy. Looking down at the Earth Dragon bracelet, Yang Chen knew that the Earth Dragon would never express his will. He didn't even have his own will. Well, it's settled. In an instant, Yang Chen made a decision. You can find a suitable cave house yourself. Li Cheng didn't wait for Yang Chen to say anything and directly blocked Yang Chen's possible words. I'm only responsible for the last move. Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders. This problem was really not too troublesome. The Zhao's manor was one, and after Zhou, Xianing the cave house left. Zhou's cave house was refined. It was not a big deal. Yang Chen would turn over another immortal's cave in his memory, and the 3 immortals' cave could be combined to make this core immortal's cave in the Pure Yang Palace one of the best immortals' cave in the spiritual world. Yang Chen and Palace, Sect Yang, Zhou Cheng's Ti Ti Zhou, Yang Chen Ti, Chin the cave Chen. S help Zhou Ti Chin, S Ti Chin by Zhou, Ti the Chen, Zhou's the Chen's refining Ti. To speed up the refining, Yang Chen knew that there was a way. He had tried this method in the mortal world, which was to find enough masters to work together to help refine. However, could this method also be used in the spiritual world? Where could he find enough masters to help? It must be known that, according to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take thousands of years for Yang Chen to refine the space exit alone. In order to speed up the process, it should be shortened to within 2,000 years. According to the experience in the mortal world, Yang Chen had to find at least 1,000 masters who were above the earth immortal level to refine at the same time. Did he want Yang Chen to go back to Chunying Palace to mobilize manpower? It's not so troublesome. Li Qing shook his head directly and denied Yang Chen's idea. Moreover, your method is too slow. If you want to achieve the best effect, it is better to refine it within 100 years as much as possible. This was even more incredible. To shorten it from 2,000 years to 100 years, the number of masters needed was definitely more than tens of thousands. Even if the entire Chunying Palace was included, it would barely be enough. Unless the disciples of Chunying Palace did not do anything, Yang Chen did not have to think about this matter at all. However, Li Cheng said that it was not so troublesome. What was the solution? There are enough masters in this place, Li Cheng replied with a smile and pointed to the top of his head. Here. Yang Chen couldn't help but cry out. In the innermost part of this trial ground, there were indeed many experts, and all of them were above grade 5 Xian Immortal. They were definitely top Earth Immortals, and 100 of them were more than enough. But would these demonic beasts obediently help Yang Chen refine the demonic beast exit? I couldn't get in before because I had no choice. Now that I'm in, it's another matter. Li Cheng laughed. At this moment, his relaxed expression seemed to have calmed down after being blocked outside for a few years. Yang Chen's questioning gaze drifted over again. If this problem was not explained clearly, it was estimated that Yang Chen would not be able to sleep. Li Cheng drank 2 mouthfuls of jade dragon wine and began to explain slowly. At the exit of the beast space, a Xian immortal level demonic beast would come out every once in a while. This was certain. What Li Cheng had to do was to set up a special formation around the space exit according to the local conditions. The main function of this formation was to trap those demonic beasts that rushed out. It would not be completely trapped, but after those demonic beasts used all their spiritual power and divine sense, they could leave at a relatively slow speed. In this way, the time that these Xian immortal demonic beasts stayed here was imperceptibly increased. The main function of the formation was to transfer the spiritual power and divine sense of these Xian immortal demonic beasts to Yang Chen. Yang Chen would guide and use these powers to refine the space exit. According to Li Cheng's estimation, this large formation could trap thousands of Xian immortal demonic beasts at a time. Even if there were demonic beasts rushing out of the large formation, there would be a steady stream of demonic beasts entering the formation from the exit. In this formation, there would always be thousands of Xian Immortal Level 5 and above demonic beasts helping Yang Chen. According to this method, it was entirely possible to complete the refining within 100 years, or even shorter. The only requirement was that the formation that Li Cheng said was feasible. Since Li Cheng said so now, it must be feasible. With so many Xian immortal demonic beasts attacking at the same time, the effect would definitely exceed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of ordinary Earth immortal experts. What Yang Chen had to do was to control these powers and put them into the refining space exit. Controlling so many experts to refine together, your current cultivation is slightly insufficient. Li Cheng directly pointed out the biggest shortcoming of Yang Chen and indirectly put forward his own request. You haven't really improved your cultivation since you ascended. Since you have accumulated enough, you should improve quickly. Especially the divine sense, you need to at least reach the peak of Heaven Immortal or even higher to be able to completely control the joint forces of so many demonic beasts. Chapter 1809. What Li Cheng said was not a lie. Thousands of monsters above the 5th grade of Xian Immortal attacked with all their might. Even if Yang Qin didn't have to do it himself and just guided this power, it was not something that his current human immortal 3rd grade spiritual power cultivation base and Heaven Immortal 3rd grade spiritual awareness cultivation base could withstand. Improving his cultivation base had become inevitable. As Li Cheng said, Yang Qin had not improved his spiritual power cultivation base since his ascension. On the one hand, Yang Qin wanted to make himself fully adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. On the other hand, Yang Qin was still waiting for the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art to have enough spiritual power circulation. Before, Yang Qin was immersed in the work of refining the first layer of the space exit and did not pay attention to his cultivation base. Now, hearing Li Cheng say that he had accumulated enough, he subconsciously checked his Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. After just one circulation, Yang Qin's face showed a surprised expression. Originally, he had some deliberate pursuit of forcibly adapting to the spiritual pressure. But in the process of refining the space, he inadvertently achieved such an effect, and the effect was even much better than deliberate cultivation. In one breath, 10 kinds of original spiritual power flowed naturally in his body, and he didn't feel a little jerkiness at all. This was completely different from the jerkiness he felt not long ago. Of course, it was also because a long time had passed and he had already reached the hundreds of millions of circulations that Big Brother Li Cheng said. However, if Yang Qin had been paying attention to this and started to improve his cultivation base as soon as he met the requirements, it would not be as good as this kind of inadvertently achieved results and unknowingly consolidated achievements for decades. With his own feeling, and Big Brother Li Cheng also said that there was no problem, Yang Qin could finally rest assured and boldly improve his cultivation base. Over the years, he had watched his wives and concubines surpass his own cultivation base. Although Yang Qin was not worse than them in terms of combat effectiveness, the feeling and the opinion of outsiders was that Yang Qin was really a man who lived off a woman, which was very uncomfortable. Now he finally didn't have to endure the kind of discomfort anymore, and he didn't have to worry that he had not fully adapted to the spiritual pressure. Yang Qin would definitely erupt with a cultivation speed that would make everyone stunned. The Great Yin Yang 5 Elemental Secret Art was not just a simple addition of the 10 types of origin spiritual powers, but a super powerful cultivation method that included the positive and negative 5 elements. Phew! Yang Qin let out a long breath and then took a deep breath. A mouthful of incomparably pure spiritual power entered into Yang Qin's body as he inhaled. This spiritual power made a turn in Yang Qin's body and entered into his dantian. It was enhanced by the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. When Yang Qin exhaled, the spiritual power in his body had significantly increased. Although compared to Yang Qin's current spiritual power, the increase in spiritual power wasn't that obvious. With Yang Qin and Li Cheng's cultivation, they could clearly feel the movement of the increase in spiritual power in Yang Qin's body. It could be said that as long as Yang Qin was still breathing and circulating the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements secret art, the spiritual power in his body would increase at an unbelievable speed. The feeling of increase was so shocking that it could be seen with the naked eye. "I'll give you 3 months." Li Cheng was very happy to see Yang Qin's discovery, but he still gave Yang Qin a deadline. He had to adjust himself to his peak state within 3 months. Then you have to get used to the control of the spiritual power in your body after the supreme Xian Immortal level demon beasts join the formation. Yang Qin didn't say much and nodded heavily. Li Cheng definitely had to set up the formation in these 3 months, and Yang Qin wasn't arrogant enough to think that a mere human immortal like him could completely control the spiritual power of thousands of Xian Immortal level 5 and above demon beasts. Raising his cultivation was already a must. This was a last resort, and Yang Qin would not face it. After closing his eyes and adjusting his state, Yang Qin directly took out a few millennium pills that he had kept for a long time and swallowed them. These millennium pills were refined by Yang Qin when he was in the mortal world, using the method of the merit chapter. His original intention of refining these pills was to be a precaution, to give himself and Chunyang Palace a little more insurance when they roamed the spiritual realm. He didn't expect that he would use it now, when he didn't have the chance to use it before. A millennium pill could increase Yang Chen's cultivation by 1,000 years in the mortal world. With the merit chapter's refining method and the huge amount of merit that Yang Chen used to refine the pills, it could be said that there were almost no side effects. As for the problem of the spiritual power and mental state not matching after consuming the millennium pill, it was even more impossible for this to happen to Yang Chen. With the cultivation of a zenith heaven golden immortal in his previous life, Yang Chen could easily endure this kind of spiritual power increase. It had to be said that the medicinal effect of the millennium pill was really amazing, even if it only increased the cultivation of 1,000 years in the mortal world. It was still a force that couldn't be ignored in the spiritual realm. One had to know that from the beginning of Yang Chen's cultivation until his ascension, the time he spent in the mortal world was only a little more than 1,000 years. The effect of 1,000 years of cultivation in the mortal world was enough for Yang Chen to rise to the level of a human immortal level 6 or higher. The aura that Yang Chen's body emitted was increasing at a rapid speed. In just a short 10 days, Yang Chen's aura had already become a human immortal level 4. In the following month, he was constantly improving. Human immortal level 5, human immortal level 6, all the way to the human immortal level 7. The effect of one millennium pill was already so strong, not to mention that Yang Chen had taken at least 5 of them at once. For a full 4 months, Yang Chen's cultivation kept increasing. Human immortal level 8, human immortal level 9. He successfully stepped into the peak of human immortal level. If people saw this kind of monstrous cultivation speed, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Which normal cultivator didn't spend thousands of years in the spiritual realm to pass the human immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation, and heaven immortal tribulation before ascending to the immortal realm? How could they have such an abnormal cultivation speed like Yang Chen's? Originally, he only gave Yang Chen 3 months, but after Li Qing finished setting up the formation, he realized that Yang Chen's cultivation still hadn't stopped increasing. So he simply stayed on the spot and waited slowly. He was also a little curious about what kind of surprise Yang Chen would bring him. Yang Chen continued to refine the medicinal power until the 5th month. Only then did he completely refine the medicinal power of the 5 millennium merit pills. His cultivation also directly reached the peak of human immortal level, maybe even higher. When Yang Chen finally opened his eyes, as if responding to Yang Chen's changes, the sky started to turn dark slowly. Countless tribulation clouds started to condense rapidly, gathering into a huge ball above Yang Chen's head. Chapter 1810. The location of the two was not an ordinary place, but near the core of the space exit. The heavens tribulation was so huge that it directly alarmed at least thousands of Xian immortal monsters. Every monster's cultivation base was above the 5th grade of Xian immortal. Of course, they would not care too much about a mere human immortal tribulation. It could even be said that it was simply a heaven's tribulation to scratch them. But for Yang Chen, it was another matter. The human immortal tribulation driven by thousands of Xian immortal monsters had directly increased its power by no less than 1,000 times. Even the earthly immortal tribulation of ordinary cultivators may not have such great power. The only good thing was that Li Cheng's formation had been arranged. Although the monsters were strong, they were basically within the scope of the formation. Li Cheng also found that the situation was not right in an instant, and immediately activated the formation without hesitation. This formation could trap those monsters for a long time. If Yang Chen was disturbed by these powerful monsters during his tribulation, it would definitely be a disaster. If they had to blame something, they could only blame themselves for doing something so big that they couldn't even choose a better place to cross the tribulation. Li Qing also faced the tribulation in the middle of the battle last time, and this time it was Yang Chen's turn. In the face of the human immortal tribulation that had expanded at least 1,000 times, Yang Chen no longer dared to be arrogant, and directly summoned the 24 Penglai Divine Wood monsters. As soon as the Penglai Divine Wood monsters appeared, they immediately arranged two 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formations, which firmly protected Yang Chen. The Penglai Divine Wood monsters deserved to be the powerful monster race with the word divine in their name. They were the powerful wood monsters themselves, plus the two 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formations. It could almost be said that there was no blind spot in the protection. The most abnormal thing was that the spiritual power they could bear was almost infinite. At this moment, Yang Chen had run the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the extreme, and the muscles on his body bulged like a small snake. Around his body there was a golden bell. At this time, Yang Chen had used 100% of his protective power. Boom! The human immortal tribulation began to descend, smashing down on Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen stood straight and stared at the sky. He held Xiao Tian in his hand and the immortal beheading blade in its mouth. Facing the human immortal tribulation, he slashed at it. A fierce light flashed around Yang Chen, and the 24 Penglai Divine Wood demons directly turned into 24 burning torches. At the moment when they were just burning, Yang Chen opened his mouth, and a strong suction force directly sucked the flames on the Penglai Divine Wood demon into his mouth. The Yin fire in the heavenly tribulation was a good thing. For Yang Chen, a grandmaster of fire, it was a good tonic that could not be better. It was rare to see on weekdays, and he could not miss it in any case. The immortal beheading saber also flashed with a dazzling light. Thunder, fire, and wind tribulations simultaneously fell on Yang Chen's body. In any case, Yang Chen was the master of the heavenly tribulation, and no one else could replace him. The reverse 5 elements formation of the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art once again became a huge millstone, restoring the various forces that invaded the body to the most essential 5 elements, and then under the restraint of the 5 elements, it was a little bit worn down. If it was a normal heavenly tribulation, under the abnormal ability of Yang Chen, before the heavenly tribulation really hurt the body, the power of the heavenly tribulation would be worn out, and even the part that was injured by the heavenly tribulation would be repaired enough before the next heavenly tribulation, becoming more and more powerful. This was also the reason why the heavenly tribulation tempered the body. Unfortunately, what Yang Chen was facing now was a super heavenly tribulation that was more than 1,000 times more powerful than the ordinary heavenly tribulation. Even if there were 2 Penglai Divine with demons, 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formation, at most, it could only help Yang Chen block less than 20% of the power of the heavenly tribulation. The remaining part was still far beyond the power of the general heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen's body was directly penetrated by the power of the heavenly tribulation in an instant, and there was no intact place in the whole body. The power of the heavenly tribulation had been raised to the maximum, but it still could not completely offset the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation surged back and forth in Yang Chen's body, constantly destroying Yang Chen's body. Fortunately, Yang Chen's golden bell and the body of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique were strong enough to block half of the attack. However, if the remaining power could not be eliminated as soon as possible, Yang Chen would inevitably be directly destroyed. In his previous life, Yang Chen had passed a human immortal tribulation, and Yang Chen had the experience of crossing the tribulation. In the face of danger, he decisively guided the power of the heavenly tribulation to the exit of the refining beast space. The exit of the beast space really lived up to Yang Chen's expectations. The terrifying process of refining that required a lot of spiritual power and spiritual awareness was like a huge, bottomless pit, easily absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation, leaving no residue. The terrifying power that could destroy Yangchen in one blow was like a drop of water dropping into the sea. Even a small ripple did not have time to make it. It disappeared without a trace. Not far away, Li Cheng, who was staring at Yangchen like an invisible man, saw this scene, and his high heart fell back into his stomach. He was afraid that Yangchen would not know the immensity of heaven and earth and would not guide the power that he could not resist to other places. Now it seemed that he was not wrong. With the experience of the first heavenly tribulation, there was no more thrilling next. Yangchen had mastered the method. In the gap between the two heavenly tribulations, after seizing the time to repair his body, he turned himself and Xiao Tian into a channel, allowing any power to pass through this channel, only controlling the direction of the power when necessary, and at the same time absorbing some of the power to temper himself. This was what Li Cheng wanted Yangchen to do in the future, and it was used by Yangchen to start when crossing the tribulation. There was no way around it. The place of crossing the tribulation was not right. The power of the super heavenly tribulation, triggered by thousands of Xian immortal monsters, was really unexpected. In the whole process, at most 1% of the power of the heavenly tribulation was used by Yangchen to temper himself. However, even if it was only 1%, it was 10 times stronger than the ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was more than enough to temper his own body and magic weapon. 99 heavenly tribulations, one by one, passed through the bodies of Xiaotian and Yangchen. After being absorbed by Yangchen and Xiaotian, most of them were used to refine the exit of the monster space. The huge power, each heavenly tribulation, could be worth at least half a year of hard work for Yangchen. After an hour, all the heavenly tribulations were blasted down, and then the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. Nothing had changed in the surrounding environment except for the addition of 24 Penglai divine wood monsters. Even the grass was not damaged. Yangchen had become a real earth immortal master. Chapter 1811. I thought it was fast for me to cultivate from human immortal to earth immortal in 30 years. Li Cheng, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke after Yangchen successfully passed the tribulation. I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless. Big brother, you know the efficacy of the elixir. Yangchen shook his head and said to Li Cheng, it's just a stopgap measure. After the refinement is completed, I will have to lower my cultivation level and consolidate it again. That's after passing the human immortal tribulation. Li Cheng, of course, knew that Yangchen's method was not the right way. He was very satisfied that Yangchen had a clear understanding of himself. You're willing to part with it. You can only gain by giving up. If you're willing to give up your cultivation level, there will be some benefits in your second cultivation. Yangchen knew very well how he got his current cultivation level, so he had already made up his mind to cultivate again after the refinement. However, many other cultivators did not understand this principle. They simply thought that having a high cultivation level was a good thing. This also meant that their future would not be very brilliant. Cut the crap. If you don't take over, this formation will not be able to hold on any longer. Li Cheng said in a relaxed manner, but in his hand he directly threw a jade plate carved from green jade to Yangchen. This jade plate was the eye of the formation that Li Cheng had set up. All the power of the demonic beasts trapped in the formation would be transmitted to Yangchen through this plate. Yangchen would then control the power to refine the exit of the demonic beast space. Although Yangchen had passed the human immortal tribulation and become a real earth immortal expert, he was still shocked when he saw the spiritual power transmitted from the array plate. What did it mean when thousands of Xian immortal experts, who were above grade 5 Xian immortal, attacked at the same time? Not to mention resisting it head-on. If one's cultivation level was slightly weaker and their mind was slightly careless, they would probably be smashed to pieces by the combined spiritual power. The human immortal tribulation that he had just passed was 1,000 times stronger. Compared to this power, it was like comparing a small stream to the Yellow River. 24 Penglai divine wood monsters, plus Yangqin and Xiaotian, suddenly became a passage connecting the exit of the monster space and Li Cheng's spirit trap formation. The massive spiritual power was like a roaring ocean, surging from this passage. Even though he was already at the level of an earth immortal, the spiritual power that Yangqin could use was still much weaker than this enormous spiritual power. The only fortunate thing was that Li Cheng's spirit trap formation could control the amount of spiritual power that was released at once, so that Yangqin could instantly control the spiritual power within the range that he could still control. Otherwise, the best outcome would be his body exploding and dying. Yangqin's yin-yang 5 elements spirit formation had been activated to the extreme. The huge spiritual power, under the amplification of the yin-yang 5 elements spirit formation, rushed to the exit of the monster space to help Yangqin complete the refining. The cyan jade formation could almost be said to have controlled the released spiritual power to the minimum. Even so, the spiritual power just passed through, and Yangqin was almost unable to control it. Inside the body, countless subtle and imperceptible small wounds began to crack. The body that was strengthened by the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique began to tremble slightly. In this regard, Yangqin almost did not hesitate to swallow a few 6 grades merit Ganoderma hollow pills. The powerful medicinal power was not even refined by the spiritual power. The medicinal power of several medicinal pills directly accumulated in the body and quickly healed those invisible wounds. Yangqin had expected such a situation. Even if Yangqin was arrogant, no one could withstand the joint forces of thousands of Xian Immortal 5th grade monsters. For now, he could only control it while absorbing a little from the spiritual power passing through his body to quickly improve his cultivation. The higher Yangqin's own cultivation, the more spiritual power he could control, and the faster the speed of refining the exit of the monster space. Therefore, in order to speed up, Yangqin could only use the massive spiritual power passing through his body to improve his cultivation to the extreme in a short time. But there was obviously a limit to the improvement of spiritual power. If the speed was faster, what awaited Yangqin would not be improvement, but his body would explode. Of course, there was another factor, and that was divine sense. The higher the cultivation of divine sense, the higher the spiritual power that could be controlled. Yangqin now had the 3rd grade heaven immortal divine sense, but this was far from enough compared to the spiritual power of thousands of Xian immortal 5th grade monsters. Under the premise that Yangqin could not improve his spiritual power cultivation on a large scale, it was inevitable to improve his divine sense cultivation. The white ball in Yangqin's sea of consciousness was still continuously releasing the purest divine sense of the great principal golden immortal. But Yangqin was worried that his divine sense would split, so he had been suppressing it. Now, in order to achieve his goal as soon as possible, he could only take the risk of splitting his divine sense and improve his divine sense cultivation. Don't worry about the trouble of splitting your divine sense. Li Cheng could always accurately see Yangqin's concerns and said in a timely manner, "If you don't want to have a clone or don't have a suitable carrier, it is also a good choice to use your split divine sense to refine a life source magic weapon spirit." Li Cheng's words rushed into Yangqin's mind like wisdom. Before this, even counting Yangqin's previous life, among the cultivators that Yangqin came into contact with, no one used their 2nd primordial spirit as a life source magic weapon spirit. How important a cultivator's divine sense was, as long as it was a cultivator, they could understand it. The stronger the divine sense, the stronger the strength. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to split their divine sense and actively lower their own cultivation. It must be known that divine sense was not comparable to spiritual power. Even if the realm was higher, there was no need to worry about any problems. On the contrary, the higher the divine sense cultivation base, the more benefits it would bring to cultivation. The cultivation method to cultivate divine sense was extremely precious. The only way to increase divine sense seemed to be in addition to double cultivation. Who would be willing to take the initiative to split their hard-earned divine sense and lower their cultivation base? In addition, the three purities secret art was so powerful that it would actively split the divine sense. How could it be obtained by ordinary people? Therefore, based on these reasons, what elder brother Li Cheng said, Yang Chen never thought about it. But now the situation was different. Yang Chen needed to greatly improve his divine sense cultivation base. So this method became the most suitable solution. The second primordial spirit was the weapon spirit of the life source magic weapon. There was no question of willingness or unwillingness at all. This was his own, and when he used it, it would only be more and more arbitrary. It had to be said that Li Cheng's guidance was really too critical. He directly gave Yang Chen the most appropriate advice at the most critical moment and let Yang Chen completely open his mind and no longer be troubled by the three purities secret art splitting of divine sense. Chapter 1812. When there were no fetters in his heart, his state of mind would naturally improve. Originally, Yang Chen had the state of mind of a great, principal, golden immortal. Now it was just letting go of his suppressed thoughts. It was too simple. In the sea of consciousness, the white light ball seemed to feel the freedom in Yang Chen's heart. It shook violently and then began to crazily pour out the refined spiritual awareness. The pure and flawless spiritual awareness quickly filled Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The three purities secret art began to run wildly, no longer worried about any spiritual awareness splitting. Like the driest sponge, it absorbed these spiritual awareness hungrily. The sea of consciousness also began to expand like a balloon. With the spiritual awareness of a great, principal, golden immortal as a supplement, an endless stream of pure spiritual awareness could be absorbed. The three purities secret art showed great power under this condition. The spiritual awareness that was released was absorbed as much as it could be. After being assimilated by the three purities secret art, it quickly became Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. Human immortal grade 3, human immortal grade 4, human immortal grade 5, human immortal grade 6, all the way. It was like a supercar on the highway, soaring all the way. Finally, it stopped at the peak of human immortal. The split of the spiritual awareness that Yang Chen had been worried about before did not appear. At first, Yang Chen was still surprised, but soon understood. Before, his cultivation base was only the human immortal grade 3, and his spiritual awareness was the heaven immortal grade 3, which exceeded 2 realms, and his spiritual awareness was on the verge of splitting. Now, Yang Chen was already the earth immortal grade 1, and the spiritual awareness of the heaven immortal peak did not exceed his own spiritual power cultivation base too much, and it was not the time to split. Unknowingly, another half a year had passed. If people knew that Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base had jumped directly from the human immortal grade 3 to the earth immortal grade 1 in just 10 months, and his spiritual awareness cultivation base had rushed to the heaven immortal peak, it was not known how many people would shout that it was impossible. More and more spiritual power had passed through the cyan jade array disk, and Yang Chen could clearly feel it. This was not controlled by himself, but the natural growth of the cyan jade array disk after a period of time. He didn't know if this was a flaw in the disk or a deliberate design, but Yang Chen couldn't help but look at Li Cheng, who had been guarding him. In the gathering place of the monsters, even if there was a sea pouring jasper to cover the traces, Li Cheng was not assured that Yang Chen would stay here alone, so he had been guarding Yang Chen. Yang Chen's eyes looked over, and Li Cheng immediately felt the doubts in his eyes. More demonic beasts have entered the spirit trapping formation. Li Cheng seemed to know all of Yang Chen's thoughts. With just one sentence, he explained Yang Chen's current puzzled situation. Because Yang Chen's cultivation had increased recently, his divine sense had soared. Although his spiritual power had increased greatly, he could barely cope with it. However, Yang Chen also knew that if more demonic beasts entered, then Yang Chen would still face a tragedy. The only correct way was to continue to improve his cultivation. Whether it was spiritual power or spiritual awareness, he could only continue to improve. Yang Chen has never encountered such pressure since his rebirth. Perhaps there was when Luo Yuan was chasing him, but at that time Yang Chen relied on the high speed of the shuttle, coupled with the support of the best grade spirit stone. He did not worry about being caught up at all. But now, once his own cultivation base was not enough, he would be blown up by the crazy power. Li Cheng had begun to take Yang Chen to the periphery. Before, Yang Chen's improvement was too critical, and he couldn't move. But now there was no such scruples. It was not safe here, so it was better to go to a safe place and slowly refine it. Seeing that Yang Chen had entered the cultivation upgrade again, and at the same time had to refine the entrance of the monster space, Li Cheng's face showed a mysterious smile. Your cultivation is too orthodox. It's good to be steady and steady, but sometimes cultivation also needs some pressure and changes in order to have better improvement. While controlling the sea-pouring jasper cup to move forward, Li Cheng said to himself and was not afraid that Yang Chen would hear him. Yang Chen could no longer hear Li Cheng's words. His energy had been completely restrained by the improvement of his cultivation base and the exit of the refining space, and he had no time to care about other things. That is, Li Cheng was by his side. If it was someone else, Yang Chen might not dare to have such confidence. Before, Yang Chen and Li Cheng both judged that the exit of the monster space surrounded by the formation was a trap, and they still think the same until now. Although the exit of the monster space really exists, it does not mean that this is the real hub. The final part of Li Cheng's analysis of the formation I was in the trial site. To be exact, it should be in the location of the monster space exit. However, if you really want to find clues here, you will either be killed by the two confusing formations or be surrounded by the Xian immortal monster beasts and die of exhaustion. Yang Chen still found the flaw from the size of the earth dragon when it appeared. Since the formation I was in the trial site, maybe it was not just concentrated in the core area, but spread throughout the trial site. The outermost defensive array formation was the true defensive array formation that concealed the ceiling array formation underneath. As a spiritual channel, Yang Chen was under great pressure at the moment. A small scar had begun to appear on his body every once in a while, and then it was repaired by the efficacy of the powerful merit elixir. This process repeated itself. Li Cheng next to him just paid attention to this and did not help. If Yang Chen could survive this, he would have a more brilliant golden road in the future. If he still needed Li Cheng's help, then no matter how talented he was before, after all, he was just a cultivator who could not take on a big responsibility. At most, he had a better aptitude, but he had no chance to be outstanding. On the contrary, the 24 Penglai Divine Wood monsters lived up to the name of the Divine Wood. So far, no matter how huge the spiritual power was, they always formed a formation and firmly protected Yang Chen in it, and they did not see anything wrong. As for Xiao Tian, he was secretly taking advantage of this powerful spiritual power to refine the two dragon palaces together. Only Yang Chen and the great Yin Yang 5 elements flying sword were really under tremendous pressure. Despite being in danger, Yang Chen still had a huge opportunity. This spiritual power, even if he could only absorb 1/10,000th of it, it would be a great supplement for Yang Chen. What heavenly immortal level spiritual veins, 100 of them added up, were not as good as 1/10,000th of this spiritual power. Anyway, Yang Chen was also forcibly improving his own cultivation under pressure. In the future, he would forcibly suppress it and recultivate. So at this time, he did not have to worry about what would happen if his cultivation base improved too fast. He was madly absorbing and improving, and only after the refining was completed, he would enjoy the beauty of breaking and building. Such a good opportunity, in addition to improving his cultivation base. If he did not refine his own magic weapons, it would be a waste of this heaven-sent opportunity. Without saying anything, he started refining. Chapter 1813. The great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Flying Sword was Yang Chen's life source flying sword. In fact, the life source flying sword was only the immortal beheading blade, and the other 9 flying swords were the sword souls of the 7th metal flying sword immortal beheading blade. However, since it was a sword soul, it was already regarded as one, and Yang Chen had no intention of separating them at all, so they were all counted as the life source flying sword. The immortal beheading blade has been strengthened several times before, and now it was no longer a trivial matter. There was the core of the demon continent, and even the entrance of the immortal beheading stage was refined on it. Although these 2 space entrances were small, they had already given the immortal beheading blade the ability to cut open some space. Coupled with the bonus of Shao Tian, there was basically nothing in the spiritual world that could resist the sharpness of the immortal beheading blade. At most, the difference was a little faster or a little slower. Now that Yang Chen has made his 2nd primordial spirit as the spirit of the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen doesn't have to worry about the impact of these spiritual powers on the immortal beheading blade for the time being. In the future, with Yang Chen's recultivation, he would definitely refine the immortal beheading blade. So now that there is such a huge spiritual power to use, it would be unreasonable not to refine it. Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art, one by one in the same order without stopping at all. Presumably, with such a non-stop spiritual power scouring and 3 kinds of refining secret art, sacrificial refining, the immortal beheading blade could directly improve by 1 grade. At that time, the Monster Beast space exit would also be refined into the immortal beheading blade, invincible in the spiritual world. In addition to the immortal beheading blade, the other great Yin-Yang 5 Elements flying sword was the same. Yang Chen's great Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art could clearly distinguish the Yin and Yang 5 elements of spiritual power, and each kind of spiritual power would carefully refine the flying sword of its respective attribute. Not to mention anything else. Just the great spiritual power scouring under the 3 kinds of refining secret art would have great benefits for these flying swords. The second thing to refine was the Golden Bell, which was Yang Chen's strongest defensive magic weapon so far. For a long time, Yang Chen simply used the Universe Treasure Nurturing art to refine it. He didn't use his spiritual force to cleanse it, so only 4 dragon-shaped shadows appeared. The Golden Bell itself was now transformed into an armor on Yang Chen's body. The huge spiritual power flowed through the Golden Bell almost non-stop, and it also helped Yang Chen absorb some spiritual power. In less than a year, the 5th dragon pattern had already begun to show some horns. The herb garden was a big source of spiritual energy, so there was no reason to let go of this opportunity and look for spiritual veins in the future. Fortunately, Aju and Bai were the tool spirits in the medicine garden, so Yang Chen didn't have to worry too much. As long as he paid a little attention to it, he wouldn't let the spiritual power be too urgent. The rest would naturally be taken care of by Aju and Abai. Relatively speaking, Yang Chen did not put too much effort into the shuttle and the profound spirit furnace. Neither of these 2 things could be improved with simple spiritual power refining, and Yang Chen would not waste this effort and energy. The days were spent in this extremely boring cultivation and refining. Occasionally, there would be a little bit of dull embellishment for a period of time. The 6th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill that Yang Chen had previously refined was being consumed at the rate of almost 2 months, and it was rapidly decreasing. Yang Chen had already become a bloody man at this moment, and there were constantly small wounds that burst open and then repaired. Although there was not much bleeding each time, there were too many wounds, and the whole person had been dyed red by his own blood. Every time the body burst open and then repaired, it was like a process of heavenly tribulation tempering the body. Yang Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger under this constant tempering. At least 50% of the essence of the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique has been exerted. It must be known that Yang Qin was only an Earth Immortal cultivation base. The true essence of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique was definitely in the immortal world when he reached the Golden Immortal, or even the great principal Golden Immortal. It can be imagined how important this kind of spiritual power refining has been in the past few years. Yang Qin didn't even know how much time had passed. He only knew that the cultivation, sacrificial refining cultivation, refining the space exit. Unconsciously, his cultivation base had reached a new height. In just 20 years, his spiritual power cultivation was the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal, and his spiritual awareness cultivation was the 2nd grade of the Xian Immortal. It was not known how many people in the world wanted to cultivate to this point, but they could only exhaust their efforts to cultivate for hundreds of years, and they may not necessarily have such an effect. Yang Qin only took a short period of 20 years to cross this chasm-like gap. At this time, the spiritual power that Yang Qin could control had exceeded 100 times or more than at the beginning, and the speed of refining the space exit was significantly accelerated. The overall process was very normal, and it seemed that everything was under control. The only trouble was that Yang Qin's 6th grade Virtue Ganodermahalu pill was almost exhausted, and there were only 2 left in his hand. According to the current speed, after 4 months at most, Yang Qin would not be able to use the medicinal power, and he would have to divert some of his attention to heal himself. If this was the case, it would not be too much trouble. The problem was that when Yang Qin tried to use the cyan jade formation plate to adjust the spiritual power torrent a little smaller, he found that the cyan jade formation plate couldn't do it. This array plate could only adjust the spiritual power, but not the small. Perhaps it was because Li Cheng spent too little time and the arrangement was too hasty, resulting in such a result. After all, the thinking of normal people would definitely increase more and more spiritual power with improvement of their cultivation base, and it would not decrease. No one thought that such a problem would happen. The panic only lasted for a moment, and Yang Qin immediately calmed down. Facing the threat of death all these years made Yang Qin's nerves as tough as the old bamboo in the deep mountains. It was not enough to describe it as Mount Tai collapsing in front of him. There were still 4 months before the elixirs were exhausted, and there was still time to think about how to deal with it. For the time being, he could first maintain the current spiritual power overflow and try to improve his cultivation base a little within 4 months, and maybe he could solve this problem. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, after Yang Qin worked hard to improve his cultivation a little, he was shocked to find that the spiritual power in the cyan jade formation plate did not need Yang Qin's control, and the spiritual power automatically increased by a corresponding amount. At this time, even if Yang Qin was slow, he understood that all this was deliberately designed by Li Cheng, and it was not the result of carelessly refining because of the lack of time. For Li Cheng, Yang Qin had absolute trust, and he did not believe that Li Cheng wanted to take this opportunity to harm him. To be honest, it was too easy for Li Cheng to kill Yang Qin, and he could even do it at any time, and Yang Qin did not have extra power to defend against external attacks. Since Li Cheng did not want to harm him, but made such an arrangement, then there must be some other intention. As for what the intention was, only Yang Qin could slowly figure it out. But for now, Yang Qin had to deal with this crisis first. Chapter 1814. All of Yang Qin's energy is now involved in cultivation and refining the exit of the space. Of course, there is a small part of it that is sacrificially refining the magic weapon. Without the 6th grade merit pills, Yang Qin had to stop sacrificially refining the magic weapon and focus on healing. There was some effect, but the increase in the spiritual power obviously exceeded the growth of the cultivation base. There was still some overwhelming situation, so the Yang Qin's body finally appeared continuous wounds. Fortunately, these wounds were not big and not fatal, but if they accumulate, who knows what fatal consequences will appear. Yang Qin must rack his brains to find a solution to this problem. If this situation continues, Yang Qin can't hold on for a long time. It must be known that Yang Chen's body is now a pipe. As long as the injury is slightly more serious, the huge spiritual power will find a vent. At that time, it doesn't even matter how big this hole is, as long as there is a trace. It is enough to crush the entire channel. At the moment of life and death, Yang Chen suddenly flashed a cultivation method, the Merit Chapter. With the Merit Chapter, whether it is refining a magic weapon or alchemy, it can have a miraculous effect. It should also have a miraculous effect in cultivation, especially in saving lives. It is related to his own life. Yang Qin is not stingy with the merit at all. The cultivation method chosen is not the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. Although the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art can improve faster, the most important thing for Yang Qin now is to heal. Therefore, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, which can temper the body, has become the only choice for Yang Qin. In the past, Yang Qin had considered the possibility of using the Merit Chapter to cultivate. Now it is just putting it into practice. Relatively speaking, except for the pressure, there is no other concern. Originally, Yang Qin thought that it would take a lot of twists and turns, but the cultivation was very smooth, unprecedentedly smooth. The massive merit value allowed Yang Qin to quickly find out the key to cultivation after wasting a lot of it at the beginning, and also let Yang Qin thoroughly understand that the merit value he consumed was definitely worth it. The cultivation that consumes the merit value is much more comfortable than the ordinary cultivation. At least the physical feeling is more comfortable. Of course, what Yang Chen wants most now is not the feeling of cultivation, but the effect of healing. In this regard, the Merit Chapter also did not disappoint Yang Qin. The subtle scars that had not healed on his body, after a cycle of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, disappeared a small part. When Yang Qin calmed down and continuously cultivated for a day, all the wounds disappeared without a trace. Although it was not as immediate as the 6th grade merit pill, the healing effect was definitely in line with Yang Chen's requirements. As for other cultivation effects, Yang Chen could not test them now. He could only wait until the exit of the refining space was completed. It could be so smooth. In addition to Yang Chen's willingness to give up the merit value, there was another most important reason. Yang Chen had no worries. Yang Chen firmly believes that once he has signs of trouble, Li Qing will never stand by and watch. For this reason, Yang Chen doesn't have to worry about what will happen if he doesn't succeed when he is cultivating. When he is full of confidence, no matter what he does, the success rate will be relatively higher. Because of this reason, Yang Chen did not have to worry about what would happen if he did not succeed. In the case of full confidence, no matter what he did, the success rate would be relatively high. Yang Chen didn't expect to encounter this situation. If he was not careful, he would lose decades of time. Yang Chen did not expect to encounter this kind of situation. If he was not careful, he would lose decades of time. It was just a few decades, the cultivators could pass it in a casual retreat. It was just a few decades, and cultivators could easily pass it with a simple seclusion. The problem was that he also encountered an accident in his cultivation. Originally, according to Yang Chen's plan, it would take at least 800 or 900 years to cultivate from the 3rd grade of the human immortal to the current realm. Now, Yang Chen had to use a batch of Merit 1,000 Years pills to forcibly improve his spiritual power cultivation base. Afterwards, in order to eliminate this effect, he had to start all over again. This feeling was not comfortable, but now that things have come to this point, there is no way to complain. Yang Chen can only face it. Fortunately, under the guidance of Li Cheng, Yang Chen eliminated his worries about the split of the 3 purities secret art. His spiritual awareness cultivation base could rise unrestricted. He no longer had to worry about the spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal bursting his sea of consciousness, nor did he have to rely on alchemy or unlocking the seal to solve it. He just had to increase his spiritual awareness cultivation base. After solving the problem of his injury, Yang Chen once again entered the boring refining process. His cultivation was still steadily improving, and the spiritual power through was getting more and more, and the refining process was getting faster and faster. Soon, Yang Chen noticed that the refining was coming to an end. At this time, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal, and his spiritual awareness cultivation base had exceeded the 5th grade of the Xian Immortal. And all of this skyrocketing happened in just a few decades. After calculating the time, Yang Chen was very worried that he would face the Earth Immortal tribulation when he refined the exit of the space. In the midst of Yang Chen's incomparable worry, the refining process was finally completed completely. With a long breath, Yang Chen opened his eyes. Immediately he was shocked. In addition to elder brother Li Cheng, his wives and concubines were all there. During the whole refining process, Yang Chen did not explore the situation outside his body, so he didn't know what happened. Suddenly seeing his wives and concubines, he was naturally surprised. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, Sun Qingxue had already thrown herself into Yang Chen's arms with a smile and tears, crying. With great difficulty, Yang Chen coaxed Sun Qingxue, only to find that other people's faces were also deeply worried. Looking down at his body, he immediately understood. Yang Chen's current appearance was too terrifying. His whole body was blood red, as if he had suffered a lot of eye injuries. At first glance, it was really frightening, especially when Yang Chen's women saw all of this. It was very likely that they were watching the whole process of Yang Chen's wounds and recovery. It was absolutely inevitable to worry. "Don't worry. I'm fine." After Yang Chen gave the women an affirmative answer with a smile, he flashed into the Dragon Palace with the women. He had to wash his body well. After Gao Yu personally served Yang Chen to wash and change into a set of clean clothes, Yang Chen began to ask how everyone got together. "Elder brother Li Cheng found us and made an appointment with us. When the experience was almost done, we gathered here." Gao Yu replied quickly and then added, "Elder brother Li Cheng brought Morong and the others directly here, saying that he needed their help, and now they are still busy." Just now, Yang Chen only saw all his women, but now he found that the Morong sisters did not follow him into the Dragon Palace, but were outside. Yang Chen couldn't help but be curious. What did Li Cheng want the Morong sisters to do? Chapter 1815. What else can we do? Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen, who appeared in front of him with a new set of clothes, and replied angrily, "The last seal of the formation, eye of the formation. There are only a few of them without the support of a master. What else can you say?" This was the location of the last seal formation. If he wanted to unseal it, he would need a large amount of spiritual awareness output. The Morong sisters were the people Li Cheng chose to unseal it. There were two reasons why Li Cheng chose the Morong sisters. On the one hand, it was because among the women of Yang Chen, the Morong sisters were the few who did not have a Xian immortal master by their side so far. On the other hand, it was because the combined strength of the sisters exceeded the strength of the other women alone, so they were the most suitable candidates. The latter reason was the real reason for Li Cheng to make a decision. The former one was just to help Yang Chen solve a small problem, and it was not a big problem. The real deciding factor was the strength of the 5 sisters. The Morong sisters had never been separated from each other since the beginning of their cultivation. Whether it was seclusion or experience, the 5 of them acted together. Even when they married, the 5 of them married Yang Chen together. Basically, the 5 sisters would never be separated again in this life. The last super strong formation, I required a very strong spiritual awareness. According to Li Cheng's estimation, even if a person was as strong as Yang Chen, he might not be able to control it. On the contrary, the 5 elements great formation of the 5 women might increase the possibility of success. Of course, it was only a possibility. At least with the current spiritual awareness cultivation of the Morong sisters, it was still a lot worse. Even if the 5 women worked together to use the 5 elements great formation, they might not succeed. In the end, at this point, Yang Chen could not watch the 5 women work in vain, so he could only think of a way on the highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra. When he was cultivating with Lady Fanghua and the 30 maids, Yang Qin had already improved the highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra once, and it could be cultivated by many people at the same time. Now it was the right time to use it at this time. Husband, your cultivation. When the Murong sisters saw Yang Qin, joy flashed in their eyes. Then, everyone's eyes focused on Yang Qin. Even if they were constantly outputting their spiritual awareness to unlock the seal, the 5 women could also find that Yang Qin's cultivation was soaring a bit strange. The Murong sisters were not the first to ask this question. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and the others had already asked this question once in the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen had already explained it once, so he patiently explained it to the Murong sisters again. Don't worry about your husband. Li Cheng's words rang out after Yang Qin finished speaking. It made people want to beat him up. His cultivation is too smooth. It's good that there are such twists and turns. Humans are the spirit of all living things. How can there be a smooth journey for a lifetime? Don't worry, I guarantee that nothing bad will happen to your husband. Regarding Li Cheng's words, the women also believed 90%. The problem was, if it wasn't something big, could it be something small? That wasn't good, right? Don't worry. Yang Qin also spoke up. This time, I was fated to meet him. Maybe it will be a blessing in disguise. Isn't this what cultivation experience is all about? Their husbands' words finally eased the worries of the women. Next, it was naturally Yang Qin's spiritual awareness dual cultivation with the goddesses. All his wives and concubines were there, so Yang Qin didn't have to look for them one by one. After explaining the improved supreme mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra to everyone, he let the women digest and comprehend it for a long time. Yang Qin's current spiritual awareness cultivation had soared to the 5th grade of the Xian Immortal realm. Although he didn't have to worry about the spiritual awareness cultivation rising too fast and losing his state of mind like his spiritual power cultivation, it was also good to slow down the momentum of the rapid rise. In particular, he could help his women improve, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Murong sisters couldn't relax at will, but they could only use 4 people on duty at a time, and the other one would take turns to participate in the spiritual awareness dual cultivation. They were all his women. So, of course, Yang Qin spared no effort to improve the cultivation of the women. When the cycle was completed, the women's spiritual awareness cultivation had been promoted to the 1st grade of the Xian Immortal realm, directly crossing 2 major levels. Among them, Zhou Xianying's realm was the highest, reaching the 2nd grade of the Xian Immortal realm. This time, the efficiency of the Murong sisters' unsealing increased greatly, and the output of spiritual awareness became more stable and powerful. Li Cheng had been observing the sealing formation. Seeing such a situation, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing Li Cheng smile, everyone was relieved. After experiencing the spiritual awareness dual cultivation, Yang Qin's spiritual awareness cultivation that had soared also decreased slightly, falling to the peak of the 3rd grade of the Xian Immortal realm, almost reaching the 4th grade of the Xian Immortal realm. Yang Qin was no longer worried about his spiritual awareness splitting. In the future, his spiritual awareness cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. There was no big problem with the sealing formation, but there was a big problem with Yang Qin's cultivation. In just a few decades, he directly rose from the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm to the peak of the earth immortal realm. Even Li Cheng didn't have such a fast speed. The problem was very big. Even if Yang Qin used the merit chapter again, there was no guarantee that there would be no problems with his next cultivation. The only solution was that Yang Qin and the women had been mentally prepared to break and rebuild, and forcibly disperse their cultivation and recultivate. However, it would be a pity if this peak earth immortal cultivation was dispersed in vain. Yang Qin didn't conceal his relationship with Lady Fanghua. At this moment, he also proposed to Gao Yu to bring Lady Fanghua and the others. Even if he dispersed his cultivation, it was better to disperse it on them than to waste it. In this regard, the women had no objection. In fact, as early as when Yang Chen was about to refine the exit of the monster beast space, Li Cheng had already told them about this and even sent someone to deliver a letter to Lady Fanghua. He believed that Lady Fanghua would come in a few days. It seemed that everything had been arranged by Li Cheng. One ring after another, one action led to the next action. Yang Chen was already numb to Li Cheng's comprehensive plan. Now Yang Chen had no doubt that the situation he was facing was completely designed by Li Cheng. It's just that Yang Chen did not question Li Cheng. He only needed to believe that Li Cheng would not harm him. Lady Fanghua arrived after 10 days. When she saw Gao Yu and the other women, without saying a word, she took the female disciples and respectfully saluted the ladies. Now, Lady Fanghua's attitude was very positive. She positioned herself as Yang Chen's housekeeper, and the 30 beautiful disciples would be the maids of the Yang family in the future. The women were very satisfied with Lady Fanghua's attitude. After accepting the housekeeper and the maids whose cultivation was almost higher than all of them except Zhou Xianying, Yang Chen finally reached the time to disperse his cultivation. At this time, if Yang Chen didn't disperse his cultivation, it was estimated that the Earth Immortal tribulation would come soon. Chapter 1816. Yang Chen's cultivation base relied on several thousand years, merit pills, and the massive spiritual power in the Cyan Jade Formation Plate to advance to this realm. It seemed that the realm was very high, but the foundation was not solid at all. Don't look at Yang Chen, who could survive 1,000 times the human immortal tribulation under various conditions. Maybe he could also survive the next Earth immortal tribulation under the same conditions. But if he really reached that point, some things would be fixed by the heavenly tribulation. If he wanted to start over again, the price to pay might be several times more than before the heavenly tribulation. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't make this kind of mistake. So, as soon as Lady Fanghua and the maids arrived, Yang Chen immediately sent them to the Dragon Palace. For a long time to come, they would all be very worried about the sudden rise in cultivation base. There was no other arrangement on Li Cheng's side. Now he was just waiting for the Morong sisters to unlock the seal and release the master of the Formation Eye. After completely destroying this arrangement of the Zhao family, he would talk about other things. As for the beast space exit that Yang Chen had refined, Yang Chen would be powerless for a long time to come. Don't look at Yang Chen having refined the space exit. If he really wanted to forcibly close it, the difficulty would definitely be far more difficult than closing the small space point at the core of the demon continent. In the core of the demon continent, Yang Chen only had to close the passage through which the demonic qi came, and Yang Chen had to fight against countless monsters above the 5th grade of Xian Immortal. Even if the space exit had been completely refined, refining was refining, and complete control was complete control. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it was impossible to close the space exit perfectly. Not to mention that Yang Chen would have to disperse his cultivation base, and his cultivation base would be further reduced. At that time, it would be good to be able to maintain the connection with the space exit. If he wanted to close it, he could only wait for Yang Chen to recultivate this time, and he had to get at least the level of a heaven immortal. Li Cheng was very clear about Yang Chen's situation, so he had no special requirements for him. It wasn't easy to refine the exit in such a short period of time. A large part of the Zhao family's arrangements had been destroyed, and they were just waiting for the seal to be undone. No matter how elaborate the arrangements were, or how powerful they were, it was debatable how effective they could be after the sealing formation was destroyed in a completely abnormal manner. There was no need for Yang Chen to take risks. So Li Cheng generously let Yang Chen solve his own problems. How low should I lower my cultivation? Although Yang Chen had already made up his mind to cripple a part of his cultivation, he still asked Li Cheng for advice. In this regard, Yang Chen had no experience at all. Since Li Cheng had borrowed the Demon Beast Space's exit to set up such a training ground, he must have had his own considerations. If I were you, I would completely cripple my cultivation and cultivate from scratch. It would have been better if Li Cheng had not answered. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Completely cripple him? Starting from zero. Even if he knew that Li Cheng's intention was to let Yang Qin be destroyed and then rebuilt, but to completely cripple him, this was a bit extreme, right? Could it be that lowering his cultivation base to the human immortal, first grade, could not achieve the same effect? You can do it yourself. Li Cheng didn't say anything more, but finally reminded him, think about the feeling of cultivating the body refining technique in your later stage. Li Cheng's reminder made Yang Qin fall into contemplation. When cultivating the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique in the later stage, Yang Qin used the merit chapter. In just a few decades, Yang Qin thought that he would not improve the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique in the spiritual world. But it went from the early stage to the middle stage. The massive spirit power scouring directly acted as a tool of tempering that was more powerful than the tribulation tempering body, making the yellow turban strongman body refining technique more and more powerful. Of course, this was related to the terrifying spirit power scouring, but it also showed the powerful bonus role of the merit chapter in cultivation. Yang Chen's current spiritual power cultivation base was mainly the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art. All of it was the original spirit power. If it was all abolished, and he used the merit chapter when he started cultivating from the beginning, what would the result be? Some things were unimaginable, just like Yang Chen insisted on cultivating the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art after his rebirth. Originally, he thought that the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was already the limit that Yang Qin could imagine. At this time, Li Cheng immediately added another option. On Yang Chen's body, there was now a large number, 10 to the 72 power, of merit value, but it was only meaningful in this heavenly court. If Yang Qin always treated the profound heaven sect as an enemy, these merit points were destined to be wasted even if they were not used up. Unless Long Xian's merit monument could fully bear all the merits of Yang Qin, there would be unimaginable merits that would be useless. Rather than that, it was better to use it during cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Qin had basically made a decision in his heart. Gao Yu and the other women were very worried. They were afraid that Yang Qin would really completely abolish his cultivation base. However, Big Brother Li Cheng's words had already hinted very clearly that it would be of great benefit to Yang Qin. Perhaps the only thing to worry about was the safety of Yang Qin during the time when Yang Qin would disperse his cultivation base and then cultivate again. The women knew that their husband had made a decision. Soon, Gao Yu and the women made an agreement. During the time when Yang Qin's cultivation base was insufficient, everyone would gather around Yang Qin to protect him. Under the worried gazes of the women, Yang Qin returned to the Dragon Palace. After spending a month with his wives and concubines, he began the process of dispersing his cultivation base. Perhaps in the eyes of others, dispersing one's cultivation base was a painful thing. However, in Yang Qin's case, it was not like this at all. The whole stage of dispersing the power became a charming and wonderful process. Starting from Lady Fanghua, the 31 beautiful women who cultivated the 1,000 colors spiritual technique had sex with Yang Qin one by one. Yang Qin completely gave up his control over his spiritual power and let the women absorb it wantonly from him. As long as their bodies and cultivation base could bear it, Yang Qin would give them as much as they could absorb. The cultivation methods of the demon sects paid attention to speed. Yang Qin had always been worried that the cultivation base would increase too fast and cause the foundation to be unstable, but it was common in the demon sects. In the past, they had done this kind of thing a lot, and now they were all familiar with it and absorbed it happily. They all knew what Yang Qin was planning, and the women did their best. While solving the problem for their lover, they could also give their lover great enjoyment, and they could also improve their cultivation base. It was a good thing to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Whether it was Lady Fanghua or the 30 maids, they were all immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. In this scene, in the eyes of the guardians of Taoism, Yang Chen's cultivation base began to decline steadily. Earth Immortal Peak, Earth Immortal High Stage, Earth Immortal Middle Stage, Earth Immortal Early Stage. When Yang Chen's cultivation base fell back to the human immortal level, a whole year had passed. Chapter 1817. 31 bone-eroding demonesses tried their best to absorb Yang Chen's spiritual power, but it took a whole year for Yang Chen's cultivation base to drop to the human immortal level. It seemed that the efficiency was extremely low. But don't forget, Yang Chen cultivated the Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art, and there were 10 kinds of original spiritual power in his body. Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base was very balanced, and each kind of spiritual power was about the same realm. In other words, Yang Chen's spiritual power alone was equivalent to the total spiritual power of 10 masters of the same level. This was only the quantity of spiritual power, not the quality of spiritual power. Spiritual power was the original spiritual power, and it was already several levels higher than ordinary spiritual power. In addition, when Yang Chen was cultivating, he had been using the reverse Yin and Yang 5 elements to condense it. At the same time, there was the assistance of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art. Each spiritual power thread was composed of 108 finer spiritual power threads. The degree of concentration and purity was beyond everyone's imagination. In the past, Lady Fanghua and the maids had not absorbed Yang Chen's spiritual power, but those were the impure spiritual power that Yang Chen and his wives and concubines did not need after double cultivation. Now that he gave them his purest spiritual power, the women knew how powerful it was. Even Lady Fanghua knew for the first time how powerful and terrifying her only man was before. No wonder he could resist the Yin fire tribulation when he was in the Yuanying stage. No wonder she couldn't beat him when she was in the Deshang stage. No wonder Yang Chen, a human immortal, could kill a Xian immortal master. It turned out to be like this. 31 people took turns to absorb without stopping. But even so, at the beginning, Lady Fanghua and the others had to spare more than half a month after the first round. They had to refine and absorb the spiritual power absorbed from Yang Chen during this time. During the second round, he rested for 10 days. As Yang Chen's cultivation level decreased, it was only after half a year that he didn't have to spare any time to absorb spirit energy from Yang Chen's body day and night. Yang Chen simply became the most licentious and tyrannical ruler. He enjoyed a life of debauchery and sensual pleasures. In the following days, this kind of sensual lifestyle never stopped. Lady Fanghua's cultivation had broken through to the 6th grade Earth immortal realm, and the maids had also passed their earthly immortal tribulations and became true earthly immortal experts. Even the weakest among them was a 3rd stage Earth immortal. Yang Chen alone was able to raise 31 human and immortal cultivators of the demon sect to this level. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but be surprised when it really happened. After the maids passed their earthly immortal tribulations, things became much simpler. Yang Chen's cultivation level had fallen below the earthly immortal realm, while the maids had surpassed the earthly immortal realm. Under such circumstances, the speed at which they absorbed spiritual power from Yang Chen's body became faster and faster, and Yang Chen's resistance also became weaker and weaker. Yang Chen's cultivation level decreased faster and faster. In the last 3 months, Yang Chen had become a great vehicle stage cultivator, which was comparable to some aborigines in the spiritual realm. The more time passed, the more anxious Gong Sunling and the others became, afraid that something unusual would happen at this juncture. At this time, Yang Chen was no longer a match for any of the maids. As long as any one of them had a disloyal heart, Yang Chen would die without a burial place. Lady Fanghua and the group of maids did not disappoint Yang Chen's trust. Under the nervous gaze of the madams, after the maids took another round, the one with the strongest cultivation level and the best control, Lady Fanghua, completely absorbed the last trace of spiritual power from Yang Chen's body. It was just right, and did not hurt Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen became immortal at the lowest level of the cultivators in the mortal world, while Lady Fanghua was already a 7th-stage Earth Immortal expert. The other maids were at least 4th-stage Earth Immortal, and the best was 5th-stage Earth Immortal, which was very average. Lady Fanghua and the others could also use it in a short period of time, but they did not have to worry about what kind of threat the sudden increase in power would bring to them. For them, this only saved them half of the effort, and the other half required them to work harder to improve their state of mind to match the sharp increase in spiritual power cultivation. Gao Yu and the others were finally relieved, and they did not hide the look of relief from Lady Fanghua and the others. Madams worry too much. Lady Fanghua's cultivation level was basically enough to show disdain for all the madams. Except for Zhou Xianying, the others were still in the human immortal realm, far from being a match for Lady Fanghua, and even the maid's cultivation level could not compare. Looking at the relaxed appearance of Gao Yu, Madame Fanghua smiled and said, "Even if this slave wants to hurt the master, I may not be able to hurt him." Zhou Xianying and Yang Chen had the shortest time together, so she didn't know Yang Chen very well. She immediately asked curiously, "Why?" "You will know if you look at the few things on master." Lady Fanghua did not answer Zhou Xianying's question directly, but pointed to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen had become immortal, and there was no spiritual power in his body, so the magic weapon Qiankuan bag and the like on his body could no longer be controlled. They appeared directly and fell beside Yang Chen. Even the merit ring appeared. At this moment, on Yang Chen's wrist, there was a black bracelet on one side, and on the other side was a simple bracelet transformed by the Earth Dragon. A Qiankuan bag fell on the ground next to him, but the bottle medicine garden was pressed on Yang Chen's leg. The immortal beheading blade was turned around by Xiao Tian, but there was an armor of the golden bell on his body. I forgot to say that these magic weapons of Yang Chen, when Yang Chen refined the exit of the space after the massive spiritual power scouring, the effect was outstanding. The 8 dragon patterns of the golden bell have all appeared. The bottle medicine garden absorbed enough spiritual power, enough for thousands of years without replenishment. Even the immortal beheading blade had been improved, and Xiao Tian enjoyed it with relish. Everyone's eyes were focused on one thing. Everyone knew the weight of the bottle medicine garden. It was a super heavy magic weapon that even Ho Yenjinghu couldn't pick up. At this moment, it was pressed on the leg of the mortal Yang Chen, but Yang Chen was unscathed. What did this mean? The only thing that could be explained was that even if Yang Chen had become immortal, his body, which had been tempered by the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, still contained unparalleled power. Even a master of the peak fairy immortal, like Jing, who couldn't resist the physical strength, and a strong body that could support this kind of power, and even completely ignore the cultivation realm of Lady Fanghua. What kind of unparalleled power was this? Looking at her husband and lover, she imagined these things in her mind. Even if her husband became immortal, he was the most special one in the world.